And there it is. Can jump to the next. Before we get into it, I'll go over some webinar logistics. By default, all attendees have been muted. To ask questions, you can raise your hand and a panelist will unmute you so you can ask a question or make a comment. And we'd like to remind you to please press mute when done speaking. If you would rather type, we ask that you please use the Q&A function. Q&A questions will be read aloud by staff at designated points throughout the workshop, and attendees may be unmuted further to discuss their questions. And a reminder to please select all panelists when submitting your Q&A, questions and comments. If you can't find the Q&A, you can press the 3 dots on the bottom right of your screen to open up a panel. That should allow you access to the Q&A. We will remind you throughout the workshop that questions in chat will not be answered, and we ask that we keep all of the questions in Q&A or by raising your hand. And it is always nice if you identify your name and organization when speaking or providing written comment. Next slide. A detailed agenda was sent out before the workshop, but here's an overview of the content that will be covered today. First, we'll be starting with an introduction and opening remarks, followed by a presentation on the high DER proceeding overview, and then the overview of the Electrification Impact Study Part 1 findings. We'll then turn it to our consultants at Kavala for a presentation on the Part 1 study assumptions, methods, and limitations. This will be followed by a 10-minute break, and we'll return for the Part 1 grid impacts cost analysis. We'll then have time for stakeholder discussion on the Part 1 study, break for 1 hour for lunch, and come back for the Part 2 proposal. Following that will be a 10-minute break, and we'll wrap up the day with stakeholder discussion on the Part 2 proposal, as well as next steps and closing remarks. Next slide. But before we get on to all of that, the workshop objectives for today are to establish the Electrification Impact Study Part 1 context within the high DER proceeding and identify the next steps, to present the findings and methods described in the Part 1 study, discuss the proposed plans for updating the study in Part 2, and receiving stakeholder feedback on both the Part 1 study and the proposed plans for Part 2. Next slide. I will now turn it over to our assigned commissioner, Darcy Hauk, for some opening leadership remarks.
Thank you, Tyler. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today for this workshop. As Tyler said, I am Darcy Hauk, the assigned commissioner for this proceeding. And I'm sure you've heard of the proceeding referred to as the high DER proceeding, and you probably will in today's workshop as well. I'm pleased to be here today to open the workshop where Energy Division staff and Kavala will be presenting the preliminary results of the Electrification Impact Study Part 1, which may be referred to as the EIS Part 1 in today's workshop, as well as in any of the rulings you may see in the proceeding. The Electrification Impact Study was prepared by one of the Commission's consultants, Kavala. The EIS Part 1 report, again, is a preliminary report that's being presented for the first time today. Neither the Commission nor my office have taken any positions on the recommendations or findings set out in the report. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that no determinations on how to proceed from here have been made, and we're fully going to consider all of the feedback received on the report by the public and the parties to the proceeding. The overall purpose of the high DER proceeding is to consider new and improved approaches to electric grid distribution planning and operations to accommodate the anticipated high growth of distributed energy resources in California. This proceeding covers a wide range of complex topics, from distribution planning and operation to grid modernization. We have been and continue to rely on the knowledge, expertise, and input of the parties involved in this proceeding to help shape and design a planning framework that achieves the ambitious electrification goals we have collectively set for California, which includes ensuring local and regional grid needs are met. With this in mind, we view this study as a learning tool. In today's workshop, Energy Division staff and the Commission's consultant will present the study and its initial findings. Again, it's important to consider these findings to be preliminary. We've issued a ruling requesting specific feedback on the report from proceeding parties. I want to note that any policy implications as to how, when, and to what extent the study may be used in the proceeding and the overall distribution planning process will be decided at a later date by the Commission. We've specifically asked the investor-owned utilities to provide feedback, and then for all parties to provide comments on both the report and the investor-owned utility feedback. Again, the study is a learning experience and a starting point to open a discussion on how to reimagine distribution grid planning for the 21st century to accommodate a high DER grid future. And to meet this challenge, it's critical that we receive the stakeholder feedback on the study and welcome feedback and comments on the Part 1 study and the proposals for next steps from all parties in the proceeding. So before concluding my remarks, I'd like to thank Kavala for their work on the study. I want to thank our Energy Division staff, specifically Luam Tesfaye, Simon Baker, Matt Caldwell, Gabe Petlin, Rob Peterson, Ramadeep Bagri, Taru Chawala, and Tyler Nam. I also want to thank the assigned administrative law judges, Kelly Himes and Manisha Lackenpaul, for all of their ongoing contributions to the proceeding. I want to thank my Bagley Keene partner, President Reynolds, her Chief of Staff, Carrie Flesher, my Chief of Staff, Karen Sung, and a special thanks to my Energy Advisor, Mariam Mozafari, for all of her work on the proceeding. So with these comments, I look forward to the presentations today by staff, by Kavala, learning from the discussion today and hearing from everyone participating in today's workshop, as well as reviewing the written comments that'll be submitted by all of the parties in the proceeding. And with that, we'll conclude my opening comments, and again, look forward to hearing from everyone today.
Thank you, Commissioner. We can jump ahead 2 slides now. Now I'll be going over a proceeding overview of the HIDR proceeding. Next slide. The HIDR proceeding was opened in 2021 with the primary objectives of preparing the electric distribution grid for a future with a high number of distributed energy resources. It is also another goal is to determine how to improve distribution grid planning and maximize benefits from DERs while ensuring grid reliability and affordable rates. And as I'm sure you know, or will get to know over the course of today's workshop, DERs include distributed renewable generation, resources, energy efficiency, energy storage, electric vehicles, as well as demand response and flexible load management technologies. Next slide. Some important points about the high DER proceeding is that it anticipates a high DER future. It does not seek to set policy on the overall number of DERs or the desired level of DERs. Instead, it focuses on accommodating what is expected to be a high number of distributed energy resources while capturing as much value and mitigating any unintended negative impacts. Next slide. This proceeding has 3 tracks. Today's workshop falls under track 1 and impacts phase 1 and phase 2. Track 1 is distribution planning process and data improvements, and phase 1 is near-term actions. Phase 2 is distribution planning process improvements. The phase 1, part 1 study has the topic of electrification impacts, while the part 2 study will focus on potential mitigations of these impacts. This proceeding also has track 2 on distribution system operator roles and responsibilities, and track 3 on smart inverter operationalization and grid modernization planning. Next slide. From the scoping ruling released at the start of the proceeding in 2021, there are 2 relevant scoping questions to today's workshop. The first one from track 1 phase 1 reads, should the utilities distribution planning processes be modified to address policy-based issues such as forecasting scenarios for increased electrification, improved data sharing, electric vehicle adoption of real-time rates and related flexible load management technologies, and equity? Furthermore, should policy forecasting scenarios for higher electrification be used for determining potential grid investments needed to address electrification? The Phase 2 question asks, should utilities better integrate DERs into their standard annual distribution planning process? If so, in what ways should utility DPPs improve with respect to planning for DERs? For example, this could include capturing additional value from these resources and optimizing resource siting. And finally, how should utility ownership of DERs be considered in these changes to the distribution planning process? Next slide. That concludes the overview of the proceeding. Before we jump into the EIS Part 1 overview and findings, do we have any questions? And I will remind everybody to please put any questions in the Q&A. You can find that with the bottom in the bottom right corner by opening the 3 little dots, or by raising your hand and we can unmute you. It looks like we have no questions at this time, so I will turn it over to Rob Peterson.
Thank you, Tyler. And we are running a little early, so that's good. We'll have some time to ask clarifying questions after I present an overview of the findings of the Electrification's Impact Study, Part 1. I'll just start out by saying I'm thrilled to be presenting this study today. We came out with a research plan for it and finalized it last March, and it's been about a year. The findings are potentially significant, and really excited to hear stakeholder comments on it today, verbally or in writing in the Q&A, and of course, written comments formally on the record that'll be due in the near future. And we have some slides talking about next steps and the time frame for those. So go ahead and next slide. So the study objectives and scope. It is intended to address 2 main objectives, and they're big objectives: exploring new planning and analytic methods, including scenario planning, that attempt to improve forecasting accuracy and granularity for estimating where and when electrification loads will occur, and the potential impact of DER growth on forecasts. In addition, estimating grid infrastructure costs associated with achieving California electrification policies over longer timeframes than current distribution planning processes, inclusive of distribution grid requirements, down to the service transformer level. So previous studies have not gone all the way down to that final line transformer in projecting future impacts on the grid. The Part 1 study was prepared for review within the high DER proceeding as a first step toward examining the potential impacts of high DER adoption on the distribution grid. Broader impacts or policy implications of the preliminary results, such as potential rate or billing impacts or DER incentive programs, are not within the scope of the study, however. We just want to make sure that that point is very clear. These are preliminary findings. Next slide. A couple of high-level findings and also some assumptions driving those high-level findings. The study found the potential for approximately $30 to $50 billion in distribution grid investments by 2035 if measures are not taken to reduce costs and manage loads. There's the potential for approximately $15 billion of the $50 billion in secondary system upgrades alone. That includes those service transformers I was talking about. Lots of service transformers. And get some slides, a pyramid slide in the deck that shows just how many there are. So driving these costs, there's the potential annual peak demand, which could reach about 70 gigawatts for the state's 3 largest utilities combined, so SDG&E, SCE, and PG&E, by 2035. And the study looked at AMI data, full 8760, so every hour, every day of the year, for more than 12 million customer meters, which is a very large amount of data. And you'll hear more about that from Kabbalah in future parts of this workshop. So by comparison to that 70 gigawatts, the 2022 IPER planning forecast, the demand forecast that was just adopted this year, reaches about 55 gigawatts by 2035. So not quite as high as projected if loads are not mitigated. Now, the study assumed all grid needs would be met by traditional distribution investment. That's important because driving that $50 billion is not assuming that DER solutions or load management solutions might help mitigate those costs. The study did not consider alternative time variant rates. It assumed existing time use rates were in place. It didn't assume dynamic rates were in place, load management, or other potential mitigation. All costs and load estimates, again, are preliminary. And this last point is important. At the time the study was developed last year, we used the best available adopted data sets that we could. And at that time, it was the 2021 IPER. Now that IPER did not consider some very impactful policy that was adopted by the California Air Resources Board late last year. That's the state implementation plan. And so there's measures in that state implementation plan about building electrification, such as all space and water heating becoming electric, being mandated, new space and water heating to become electric in the future. And so this study, just important to note, was more focused on transportation electrification drivers as opposed to potential future building electrification drivers. Also note that the net billing tariff had not been adopted when this study was developed. So the NEM 2.0 version was considered, as well as a version of NEM that was in a proposed decision and was available as of December 2021. In either case, the study shows that if the system is peaking about 9 o'clock in the future because of transportation electrification load growth, that solar wouldn't be able to support leveling out that peak. It's too late in the day, so the sun's not shining. So solar alone may not be sufficient to help us mitigate future transportation electrification load. Next slide. This slide shows the three study periods going 2025, 2030, 2035. Each of the colors represents a different scenario. So there were 5 scenarios studied, Electrification's Impact Study, Part 1. And you can see a couple things I want to note. It may be hard to read, but there's one of the scenarios was called an accelerated, or actually two. There's 2 flavors of the accelerated high transportation electrification, and there are 2 flavors of the high transportation electrification scenario. One of them looked at NEM 2.0, that was in place. The other looked at what might be a new version of NEM if that had been adopted, which it wasn't, but that's the modified behind the meter tariffs. In either case, you'll see that the green and the orange, which are the high and the accelerated, green, high, accelerated, high, orange, you'll notice they both end up very close to the same loads, costs by 2035. And in fact, the high is just a little bit higher than the accelerated. And internally during review, we're talking about this, and Kabbalah will help explain it too, because the question may come up. But the reason that the accelerated scenario is just a little bit lower by 2035 has to do with the adoption curve. So every year there's a prediction of how many vehicles will be adopted. And with the data for the accelerated, that curve started out a little sharper and leveled out. And for the high, the curve started out a little bit less sharp, but then sharpened up towards the end and got a little bit higher by 2035 in terms of total number of vehicles projected to be adopted. I just wanted to make that point clear. And next slide. Okay, the number of secondary findings after those high-level highlight findings. First off, it may be that traditional and next generation grid investments need to be made as efficiently as possible. With low growth that could be as high as the study is finding and the costs behind it that could be that high, it's clear that the future deployment of traditional infrastructure needs to be done as efficiently as possible. In addition, we want to make sure that to be efficient, we're not missing the when and where of where electrification loads could result. Because if we're wrong, we could underbuild or we could overbuild. And inevitably, all forecasts are wrong, but we want to be as accurate as we possibly can be. And so, and the other question for me, and I think for others, is how granular does the forecast data, do the data sets need to be to support the accuracy needed to avoid overbuilding and underbuilding? Do we need to go all the way down to the parcel level or structure level? Is circuit level sufficient? Those are questions we'd love to have stakeholders talk about and give feedback on. So with flexible load management strategies and alternative rate designs seem like low-hanging fruit, things we need to consider very, very soon in terms of how to mitigate potential future loads. And it's possible that utilities may not be able to deploy traditional investments quickly enough if transportation electrification's loads ramp up as quickly as the study shows. And if that's the case, it may be that we need a bridging solution, DERs that don't avoid future traditional infrastructure, but defer the need for traditional infrastructure in some places so that utilities are able to prioritize where the traditional infrastructure goes and DERs bridge the gap. So you'll be hearing that term, I think, a lot in other workshops and in the industry. The bridging solutions term is becoming quite common. Next slide. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that study found up to 15 billion in secondary distribution system upgrade costs. And we think this is a significant finding. And another thing that's significant about it is those costs and those types of projects are not currently reported in the annual filings from utilities. And when I talk about the annual filings, I mean the grid needs assessment and distribution deferral opportunity reports, the GNAD DORs. These are filed annually in August. There'll be a filing coming up this August, and it's part of the Distribution Investment Deferral Framework process, the DIDF process, that these documents get filed. So all those costs, all those projects not currently reported, in aggregate, individually, a service transformer is small, but in aggregate, it's a lot of load, it's a lot of transformers, and a fairly high cost. Another secondary finding that I think is important to highlight is that transmission, wildfire, and aging infrastructure costs are not included in that estimate, nor is bulk scale generation costs. So the $50 billion is just for potential traditional distribution infrastructure upgrades. And this, I think, points towards the potential need for an integrated distribution planning process. And I'd like to direct you to comments already filed by the utilities in this proceeding on April 10th. Both PG&E and SCE talk about an integrated planning process being something they're trying to work towards. And I believe that for transparency purposes, that can be very helpful to understand the scope and cost in full of all the electrification work that's going to be coming. Now, it may be that distribution planning processes need to be expedited or potentially modified so that multiple demand scenarios may be incorporated, longer planning horizons, currently a 5-year planning horizon for distribution planning, whereas the CEC is using a 15-year for transmission planning. Should 15 years be applied to distribution planning is a question, or longer? And should greater amounts of grid data be included into distribution planning and linked across the different data sets so that it can inform distribution planning? Those are questions we'd like to have stakeholders talk about. We do have comments due on topics like this on May 22nd, and I'd love to hear more about it from you today if you have comments to make. And finally, I'll note that we consider, again, all these results are preliminary, and we look forward to hearing from you. I think that's my last slide, and it is only 9:25. So we've got some time for questions, and I sure hope we see some hands raised or something in the Q&A. Next slide. About 146 attendees, so thank you for joining today. I know the study came out fairly recently, and you may not have had a chance to look at it in full. Certainly one of our questions is how can we help you with your analysis of such a big document.
I see one hand raised by Ben, and I will now request an unmute from you so that you can unmute yourself and begin speaking.
Tyler. Hi, my name is Ben Karen from NLX. My question is, can you talk a little bit about how you built up the EV load profiles with like intraday profiles to account for price signals and customer behavior? You know, I've been thinking quite a bit about how it must be very difficult to project infrastructure needs on a system level, given all of the different like incentive and behavior that exist. And so I was just wondering how you built that up in your model.
So that's a good question, and one I would want to have our Kevala team discuss. I think it might be a little too far into the weeds, and it might be one to reserve for once we get through some of the more technical slides. But I'll ask the commissioner and Tyler if that's something we'd like to talk about now or perhaps wait on.
I mean, I think we can wait and see what Kevala says, and I agree with you, Rob, and we can, or if there's any initial, again, these are just initial thoughts, if you think it would be better for them to answer that in the context of, and I think, let me see if I thought I saw something in the Q&A on that. But it might be better, since we're talking about the assumptions in the report, to have Kevala give their opinion on that.
Yes, I will note that we do have a agenda item, like a section devoted to more in-depth discussion questions that will be after the entire presentation on the part 1 report. Gabe, did you want to go ahead with the question from the Q&A?
Sure, we've got a handful of questions in the Q&A, and in order to make them visible, I have to show that they've been answered verbally, even before they've been answered verbally. So bear with us, but that's the intent. So the first question we have is from Gray Staples. The study appeared to examine ways to mitigate the higher distribution costs, but seems mostly focused on capital costs, but assumes there will be assume there will be O&M as well, operation and maintenance. Did the study examine rate impacts, total cost per kilowatt hour, sales at a high level? The answer is yes, there would be O&M, and I'm going to let Kevala address that in the detailed presentation of their methods. In terms of the rate impacts, no, that was not part of the phase 1 scope, but it is something we're considering for phase 2. And so you'll hear something more about phase 2 plans towards the end of the workshop. And let's see, next question there is, why was a high building electrification scenario not modeled, including potential load shifting impacts that would be considered in phase 2? I think Rob already addressed that. So
yeah, but let's just reiterate that one. I think it'll come back, and it's an important one. It has to do with the timing of when the study was prepared and using the best available data at the time. So we do expect building electrification to be an important part of scenarios in the next phase of analysis. But given that the California Air Resources Board state implementation plan had not yet been adopted when we were in the middle of developing this, we chose to focus on transportation electrification loads for part 1.
Okay, Stephen Moss asks, is the assumption that IOUs remain the dominant vehicle to invest in and maintain the grid, what is the assumed role of microgrids or dispersed DER, including transportation electrification, is taking over some of the infrastructure roles? So I think at a generally high level, there is an assumption that the investor-owned utilities, they own and operate the distribution grid. There's no immediate plans to change that. So that's a pretty much going forward assumption. But obviously, as you can see from the scope of our proceeding, we are looking at the role of DERs and how they can provide value. So as far as this study scope goes, in phase 2, we will be looking at mitigation strategies, and that could include the role of DERs.
Gabe, I've got some more hands up.
Yeah, let's go to those.
I will call on Claire. My mistake, Claire. I pressed the wrong button. Can you raise your hand again? There we go. You should be able to unmute now.
Am I live?
Yes, we hear you.
Wonderful. Claire Broom, 350 Bay Area. Thank you so much, Rob, for a really constructive overview of what we're trying to do here, which couldn't be more important. And you did very much raise the possibility that alternative approaches like demand flexibility, managed charging, real-time pricing could be very effective in mitigating these scary large numbers for investments. Now, what I want to ask you is, you emphasized, what we might need to do to help the IOUs prepare for that with local grid investment, et cetera. Would you entertain a more balanced approach, which really equally emphasized what do we need to do to unleash the potential of DERs to be assets in this transition to high DER future? For example, you mentioned that the high transportation electrification scenario has this enormous peak at 9 p.m., which is a problem. That, to me, is imminently addressable by managed charging between a DER owner and, you can imagine various scenarios how that can be done, whether by price differentials or pre-agreement with a third party, whatever. So, first of all, how about an approach which considers almost an equality between a route where the IOUs do it all and a route where we empower DERs to be a benefit to the system? As part of that, I would say the data access piece is also key. So could you comment on those two areas? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just make a few comments, and mostly it's a thank you for your comment. I think this is exactly the kind of thing we want to hear today and see in writing, especially. But I think all options are on the table. That's, this proceeding is about ensuring the utilities have the available tools to plan for electrification loads, and whether those are DER solutions or traditional solutions, or what the breakdown is among the two, it's to be determined. And just I'll note also in the proceeding is how to, improve on the distribution investment deferral framework. So I think both that focus of how to improve DIF, how to improve distribution planning, how to maximize value of DER, those are all things we're considering in this proceeding. Those are the most things. I guess those are the significant things I'd like to add. Gabe, anything else to add for Claire?
No, I think you covered it. So Tyler, you want to get the rest of our verbal questions?
Yeah, I'll get to those. Thank you, Claire. We've got a question from Dr. Daniel Howard. I will request for you to unmute.
This is Daniel Howard with Reimagine Power. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, congrats on completing the study and getting to this point. It's so great to see. And quick question regarding the forecasting. When forecasting load from more traditional fossil or base load generation, the sinusoidal flow of electrons it's a lot smoother than, let's say, DERs. When you have high penetrations of intermittent wind and solar, the shape of those sinusoidal flows of electrons change quite a bit and can lead to things like harmonic distortion and flicker and fault currents. And it's really it has a different impact on the distribution system or the transmission system than smoother flows. So I'm wondering if those impacts sort of disadvantages of DERs were considered. And then I'm also wondering if some of the advantages to the distribution system that DERs provide were considered, such as with property netting at single family homes, right? Not that much of what's generated on site is used unless there's batteries involved. But as you move to either commercial or, let's say, multifamily residencies where you have multiple unique load profiles being served by a single generator, allow you to use much higher proportions of that energy generated on site. And what that does is that reduces load demand from the grid, it reduces distribution and transmission congestion, and depending on how these things are rolled out, it seems like it could have very different impacts on the grid requirements. And I'm just wondering how much of those technical details were considered in the modeling that Kavala did.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Howard, for the question. Sorry, was this Dr. Howard or who was speaking again?
Yeah, it's Daniel.
Great, Dan. So the first response is that we didn't get into the DER planning components that you're describing in part one. But looking at how DERs might be used to mitigate loads is something that we want to consider in part two, which we will be talking about today, the scope of the next phase of analysis. I will say my understanding is, and I'd like Julieta or Margot to make sure I got this right, is that we looked mostly at how solar or behind the meter DERs might reduce load as they are adopted, but not so much how they might provide generation out to the grid. It was more like how they could manage behind the scenes. And so they wouldn't be creating those distortions that you're talking about. And so in the next phase of analysis, it could get more complicated than it was for the first phase. But Julieta, Margot, anything to add or clarify?
I would say that's right. In this study, the dynamics, the first part of the comment were not considered, but it is something that could be considered in the future. And then Margot will go into the details of how the PV and the battery were modeled. And so there are some assumptions around batteries being adopted and being used for self-consumption. Now, from there to actually the DERs providing the services that the grid needs, that would be more something that we explore next year.
Or maybe explore this year as we lead to a study which may come out next year. I think
that's true.
I think, Tyler, we may have time for one more question. Maybe move on to Jessica. What do you think?
Sure, yeah, we can go for one more and then we will need to move on. Jessica.
Actually, I have Jessica here as well. And just wanted to thank the commission. I think this study is really important, and the commission and Kavala for undertaking it. It was, I thought, a very ambitious scope in terms of its scale. And I just really want to commend all the hard work. I mean, the terabytes of data to everything. I mean, what a huge undertaking. So, and the other part I wanted to really raise is, I think that the timing of the study is really appropriate. I mean, this is something that we're seeing now. We're starting to see the energization coming in. We think this is a major emphasis of what we need to be planning for over the next decade. So just really a positive development for our customers to help us get ready. The study's purpose was to provide kind of an evaluation scope of scale distribution to achieve electrification. And I think it can be really useful for guiding that future. And we also agree that like kind of the direction you guys are going in terms of we need to look at everything next. Like we need to look at it all next. Like we need to look at DER orchestration, managed charging, VGI, bridging solutions. You mentioned that earlier, Rob. So really looking forward to the next steps as well and kind of giving our thoughts and comments as we go through the workshop. So really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. I'll just note that's Bill Peter from PG&E and also Jessica from PG&E. Really appreciate those comments, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a lot of content to cover, so in the interest of time and sticking to the agenda, we will move on to the next section.
So just a note on the Q&A, we are marking questions as answered mainly so that you can see the questions, and then we will try to get to them. If we didn't get to all of them in this section, we'll try to come back to some of them in future sections. And we've reminded you that we're not addressing any questions in the chat. So if you want your question addressed, it needs to be in the Q&A. So just a reminder there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll turn it over to Trina.
Great. Thanks, Tyler. Good morning, everyone. I'm Trina Horner. I am Vice President of the Professional Advisory Services team here at Kavala. I am joined by three of my Kavala colleagues, and I'll introduce each of them. First, Margot Everett, who is the Senior Director at Kavala here. Dr. Julieta Giraldez, who is our Director of Grid Planning. Margot, Senior Director of our Markets and Program and Forecasting. And finally, Troy Hodges, who is a manager on our data science team. I will note that across the four of us, we probably have upwards of 80 years experience in the industry. So across multiple regulatory agencies, I myself am a former commission staff person. So we not only have regulatory agencies covered, but across multiple utilities and national labs. So this study really comes from a perspective of deep expertise, but also curiosity. This is, I think I speak for all four of us here when I say that this is a study that we, each of us has long wanted to do. And we are incredibly grateful for the opportunity to really consolidate and take a hard look at all the wealth of data that is available in California as a result of prior investment decisions, and for the opportunity provided to us by the Commission to bring it together to do this analysis. So we are really thrilled to be here today to talk with you. Next slide, please, Julieta. Okay, next slide. So what is an electrification impact study? I'm going to spend a couple of minutes in the first few slides of this before turning it over to Margot to walk through our approach to the data, our approach to the analysis, and really back up here for a second to talk about what is an electrification impact study and what was this study. You heard Rob say at the beginning a couple of times the phrase where and when, and it's you'll hear it more throughout the course of the day, but an electrification impact study is really focused on that, is identifying the where and the when using a new approach. So our approach is highly granular. It's focused on the distribution grid in this first pass. I mean, it's really focused on identifying the where and the when the distribution grid will need to be enhanced under specific policy or planning scenario assumptions that we made that are consistent with some of the state policy goals that Rob discussed. So it's basically got 3 steps in this part 1. It starts with forecasting the net load on a premise by premise basis. We identify the baseline load forecast. We incorporate each premise's propensity to adopt certain DERs. And then we aggregate that across actually more than 12 million premises across the 3 large IOUs in California to specific locations on the grid. From there, we move on to analyzing the capacity needs, right? So if the net loads are the requirements, then like what's the capacity to meet those requirements? And so from those aggregated premise level loads, we can identify all the way starting from the service transformer up to the feeder, up to the transformer bank, and then finally up to the distribution substation, each of the capacity needs, where the overloads are. And Julieta will talk more about our approach there. And then finally, as we identify the capacity needs, we've taken the unit costs to meet those capacity needs from assuming traditional utility infrastructure, and that's an important point. What is the incremental capital investment necessary to meet those capacity needs? And there was a question earlier about O&M. Our analysis was really focused in this part 1 on the capital investments needed to meet those capacity needs, recognizing that capacity investments and capital spending is not the only cost. And then we aggregated those costs to come up with the approximately $30 to $50 billion number that Rob discussed. Next slide, please. So just a minute on what is the electrification impact study part 1 and what it isn't. It is again the when and the where of California's forecast. It's not a standalone forecast. So on the left side of this slide, what you see is what it does. As I said, it's an approach to premise level forecasting that is designed to calibrate to certain policy scenario assumptions that basically assume California is going to meet its ambitious electrification goals. It leverages specific premise level information, including customer meter data from Pacific Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric to develop those circuit premise specific forecasts. And it assumes different policy outcome scenarios to really drill into the when and the where the grid impacts are going to appear. What the EIS, Electrification Impact Study, what the Part 1 EIS does not do on the right-hand side of this slide, again, it's not an absolute prediction. It is not the IPER, for example, of the level of electric distribution grid investment that is needed by 2035. And specifically, it differs from the IPER in a couple of really important ways. The IPER tends to be what we think of as more sort of top-down, starting with a number and then sort of allocations down to the distribution and circuit level from there. So that's one main difference, because this study is bottom-up. The second main difference is that it's calibrated to state policy goals, again, assuming that California meets its ambitious goals, not based what is likely to happen, which is traditionally how the IPER is done, although there are some changes that are happening on that front as well. And in this case, the scenarios that Kavala studied are limited to the two sort of sensitivities that Rob mentioned: transportation electrification and behind the meter tariff assumptions. Different scenarios were not discussed, for example, related to building electrification, mostly because those state level projections were not out yet. They are now. And we'll talk more about our future plans for incorporating that important electrification development. It also does not include mitigations like smart charging or rate design changes. And finally, it is limited to the electric distribution system up to the distribution substation. So for this Part 1 study, it includes transmission, subtransmission. Next slide, please. So the overall approach to this EIS Part 1 is that, as I said, it starts at the premise level to really understand, like, what would it look like if we started with the distribution first planning approach, where distribution capacity expansion needs are met with an integrated and efficient distribution system. And eventually, ultimately, subtransmission and transmission planning processes that that can early identify and anticipate the right kinds of resources to meet specific locational needs, right? So that will properly value DERs and load management techniques, as well as solutions that acknowledge that, in this case, a traditional utility infrastructure may be needed. So all of that would be integrated in addressing a high electrification future. I think I've covered a lot of the kind of definitions of premise level or bottom up approach here, but I will say that the Part 1 study has focused on 3 discrete points in time: 2025, 2030, and 2035 as planning horizons. So it's not every year. So anytime you see numbers or bar charts in this report, you'll see basically like three different points in time that are captured. We include, as I mentioned, the 3 largest IOUs, and essentially have 1 base case calibrated to the IPER and 4 alternate scenarios that are calibrated to the different combinations of state agency transportation electrification assumptions and behind the meter tariff outcomes that Rob identified. The approach is generally, as I outlined in the sort of 3 buckets earlier, forecast the net loads and come up with a baseline net load, see how that translates into capacity needs, again, starting at the most granular level of the distribution network infrastructure that we can, the service transformer, and building up from there, and then using the results of those capacity needs to come up with location-specific costs. Next slide, please. So this is not the only study that has attempted to quantify the impact of electrification. There are a couple of other notable studies out there, and so we wanted to just provide some context around some of the differences between the studies out there, and we have as we developed Cavala's approach to this electrification impact study, we were very much informed by the approach that Cal took over in Berkeley, and that NREL took for their LA 100 study. The table on this slide identifies a number of those kind of the assumptions around which distribution assets were modeled, what cost inputs were assumed, and what the overload calculation is based on. So I would say, without significantly, diving into the details of the other studies, I think Cavala's study has benefited from the ability to integrate a much broader scope of data across multiple, like all of the 3 IOU's geographies. That includes GIS data, customer meter data, customer rate data, and other publicly available demographic information that has helped us to sort of knit together those premise-specific profiles. As a result, the costs of Cavala's study are perhaps understandably larger in scope and scale than the other studies, simply because I think the Berkeley study focused solely on PG&E and a specific subset of distribution assets. The NREL LA 100 study focused on more distribution assets, but for a much smaller and discrete geographic area. So for context, I think it's helpful to keep these other studies in mind as we kind of think about, and as Margot now will jump into, the methodology that Cavala took. I'll pause there before handing off the mic to Margot Everett to see if there are any questions, clarifying questions. Great. Then I'll pass the mic off to my colleague, Margot Everett.
Do you want me to just quickly respond to some of the Q&A questions? I can do that relatively quickly. So we're being selective about which questions to answer when, because the ones that are coming up, we're going to save and let Cavala address them. But if they're relevant now, we'll try to address them. So one of the questions was, could you specify exactly what behind the meter modification you incorporated, i.e. was it the actual NEM 3.0 adopted or net billing tariff? So no, net billing tariff was not already adopted by the commission at the time the study was conducted. So the study incorporated the proposed decision, which came out about a year before the final decision. And so in the future study, it will be able to take into account the actual adopted net billing tariff. So that's addressing that question.
We do have one question or one hand raised that we can get to right now. I will unmute, allow you to unmute, Matt. Hello, Matt, it looks like, oh, there you are.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, this is Matt Belden, SDG&E. Just a quick question in terms of, right, just, I think it's important to note the utilities, we use the IPER, right, to develop our forecast, and it looked like there was one base case that was used where you aligned with the IPER. I guess is the comparison in the numbers compared to that specific base case, since that's what the utilities would have leveraged for their forecast, or is it a general kind of overall comparison?
So Matt, if I understand your question, the IPER based base case that Kavala used, against which the other four scenarios were compared, is basically and Margot will go into this more in her slides, so I'll just be brief here, but essentially was the IPER's adopted revised 2021 IPER. And that number basically represents the low end of the $30 to $50 billion range.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just one follow-up in developing the scenarios, I guess, was there any analysis or assessment of the IPER? And do you weigh in any capacity of that, the IPER or that process?
I think, I'm not, like, depending on what you mean by analysis of the IPER, Kavala developed its own approach and was certainly made sure that we were informed of some of the different assumptions that go into the IPER, as well as the electrification and other state policy targets that are developed by other state agencies. So, for example, and again, Margot will talk more about this, but the electric vehicle, the numbers of electric vehicles, for example, that we calibrated to were based on those numbers that were developed by CARB.
Okay, thank you, Trina.
Doesn't look like we have any more questions or any hands raised, so I think we can move forward.
Great, thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Trina. Good morning or afternoon. This is Margot Everett. And I'm going to kind of walk through our analysis approach that we took to get us to net load, which then is used to quantify the impacts on the grid that Julieta will then discuss. So I wanted to start with some of the advantages of why the EIS methodology is a good way for thinking about forecasting. As you'll see, as we talk through this, we use AMI data for each premise for all three IOUs. So we're actually leveraging all this beautiful AMI data that we've had from 2018 through 2021. And it also offers kind of premise level counterfactuals. And what that means is that because you can look at a premise and you can look at what historically that premise has done, you can say this is what we believe the behavior of the premise will be going forward, and then you can compare that to what actually happened. So it moves away from techniques of sampling and actually uses the population data. It also allows for use cases so that you can actually look down into what would happen with particular customers in a particular area as you try different mitigation techniques. The next is that it does create transparency of results. I mean, there was one of the questions, about how do you know that the results are good? You can actually look at a premise and see what that premise is doing, or you can look at feeders. A lot of our testing was done at a feeder level where we were comparing actuals to the aggregators to make sure that we were aligned with what our actual data we're seeing. And one of the other things that it does is it allows us to estimate both the peak and the energy. So a lot of forecasting methodologies have to focus on one or the other. If you think of peak load, it's the outlier. It's the one extreme event in a distribution of load for a customer, for example, over a year. It's much different to calculate what that is than it is to say calculate what their average use is over the course of a day, or what their total energy use is. So the methodology tries to capture and does capture both of those. Next slide, please. There are some limitations to our forecast. One of those is that we really did have to bound it with some assumptions, and you've already seen some questions around those assumptions. So as Rob pointed out, as an example, at the time that we started this study, the NEM 3.0 decision had not been approved. There had been a draft decision, so we based our analysis on a potential form of that decision. We didn't model it exactly. That was purposeful in part because we didn't want to weigh in on anything related to that decision, but it was based on it. We also need to think about our scenarios around managed charging. We've already talked about that. So we think about our scenarios as being managed, meaning that they are responding to existing time of use rates. And it's not so much the rates that they're responding to, but the time of use periods. So one of the artifacts that you see that in our study is that the IOU's time of use periods tend to end at 9 o'clock at night, which then means that we're assuming that customers are responding to that price signal and therefore starting their charging at 9 o'clock. So our scenarios are managed, but they're not mitigated, meaning that there's not more proactive ways of using rates or other types of demand response to manage it. We also were limited to the distribution system. We did not look at subtransmission. And so therefore, the study stops at the costs at the distribution level. I think as PG&E noted, thinking more broadly about thinking about the upstream impacts of electrification is also something that is definitely looming out there. We also relied on kind of aggregate cost data, meaning that we were looking at like unit costs. So it's not like we did a detailed study of what the actual impacts would be at a feeder level. We and Julieta will get into this in more detail. We also, some of our data was limited. Some of the technologies we analyzed are still in nascent levels. So some of the analyses that we were able to do could be improved with better data or more data. And we'll talk about that. And a little bit as we go through this. Moving on to the next slide. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the context and the timing of our assumptions. Rob alluded to this a little bit. There were quite a bit of policy decisions made prior to when we actually issued the research plan and had the workshop way back in December of 2021. Seems like a very long time ago. But you can see that we used the time of use periods that have been adopted by the IOUs in the past 3 or 4 years. We also knew about the state goal of 100% of in-state new passenger cars being zero emissions. And we did have some information more on the advanced clean cars. So we had a fair amount of good information coming into the study around electric vehicles. But after we started the study was when we started to see more information around what was going to be happening with zero emission standards for space and water heating, as an example, which came out in the end of 2022. And of course, as we mentioned, the net billing tariff was in December of 2022. So as with any study, you have to draw a line in the sand about when you start your assumptions. And as you're working, the world moves on and changes happen. So that's, you'll see those implications. Next slide, please. So what was our approach? So we started with.
Margot, we cannot hear you anymore. There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A bit
So
faint, but if you could speak up a little bit.
how much was my lip moving when you didn't hear me? No, not too much. Okay. So the baseline net load approach, basically, so baseline net load, what is that? That is the load at the customer's premise. How much the customer is consuming is what we're trying to model here. And it is before a significant amount of electrification, but I will say that that we had to make assumptions that that we can't really model exactly what has been done behind the meter, but for PV, for rooftop solar systems. So we acknowledge that the load profiles may have energy efficiency or some building electrification already baked into them, as well as some customers, of course, may have had electric vehicles. So we start with data ingestion. So we're importing a great deal of data. I think it's somewhere on the order of 100 terabytes of data. To give you a perspective, that's 10 years of data that you would receive from the the Hubble Space Telescope. So a great deal of data was ingested, processed, linked, and brought together for this analysis. We then simulated a net load baseline simulation, which basically means that we created a model for each premise. That's over 12 million models that we created to model the load at individual premise. Then we created what we call demand side modifiers. This is, I believe, consistent with the language used in the IPER. The idea is that there are certain things that are going to be changing as a customer maybe adopts various different technologies. They could be energy efficiency technologies. They could be transitioning from gas to electric, so building electrification. It could be investing in an electric vehicle or a rooftop solar or a battery. So those were the main demand side modifiers we looked at. We did not look at DR specifically, although I will say that to the extent that a customer was a participant in DR, and it reflected in their AMI data, it's continued to be reflected in the net load forecast. And then from there, we combined the load and DER forecast together. So basically what we're doing is we're saying, here's a baseline forecast, 8760 at a premise. This premise did or did not adopt PV, and their PV profile looks like something, and so on. We add those all together to get then a net load profile at the premise, and then that allows us to aggregate out. Next slide, please. So here were our goals of what we tried to ingest, or at least we're seeking to ingest. You can see there's quite a bit of IOU confidential data, and I'll take a moment to thank the IOUs for their cooperation in getting us data. This was a very heavy lift for all of us to get this data into one place. There was also some non-confidential data that we were able to use, that either from the IPER forecast or the GNA. And then there's publicly available data that we either ingested or already had in our platform to look at various different aspects, not the least of which are the socioeconomic data from the census tracts. Next slide, please. Here's what the amount of data that you can see that we received. As I mentioned, it was a great deal, 100 terabytes of data, 64 alone from the AMI. You can look at how many terabytes of data were from each of the utilities, how many meters we looked at. So you can see the 12 million number kind of emerging there, and how many records we looked at. So a lot of data from there. And then of course the distribution assets in terms of in thousands, which are basically feeders, transformers, and substations. And the feeders, by the way, are both service and feeder banks. We did quite a bit of work on making sure that we had a geospatial infrastructure, so we could map a meter to a transformer, to a feeder, to a substation, and so on. That then allows us, because we've got that geographic mapping, it allows us then to aggregate these premise level forecasts into forecasts at each point along the way. That gets you to then the combined impact. So we can actually combine peaks. We can look at coincident peak at an asset level, so premise level, asset level, and so on, which gives us a lot of diversity in our analytics. Next slide, please. Here you can see how our data ingestion worked and the approach for linking our data. So you can see we have the premise. We think of a premise as being part of on a parcel. Parcel is defined more by county lines and county records. So you could have, as an example, a residential customer could have a house on a premise, or they could have a house and an ADU on a premise. On a parcel. So we aggregate up then to the service transformer, feeders, transformer bank, and substation. We stopped there, although you can see how it can be aggregated even farther. You can see that we basically created some connectivity IDs to create these linkages. Then at each, and therefore at each of these levels, you can see what the aggregate load is by just simply summing up the data from the premise level. Next slide, please. So our baseline, our objective was to test the hypothesis that we could aggregate up through the grid. So as I mentioned, we mapped out and we have the premises. Premises can come in at different levels. They can come at the secondary or the primary, and even the subtransmission, although I noted earlier that the subtransmission was not modeled. So basically, by having this mapping that can go all the way up through the grid, we can really understand what the needs are collectively as we link the pieces together. Next slide, please. As Trina mentioned, we did look at 5 scenarios, effectively a base case scenario, and then 4 or a reference case scenario, and then 4 potential alternatives. The reference case or the base case is labeled here. Number 1 is basically off of the 2021 IPER mid scenario. So somebody was asking earlier, what does that tie back to what the utilities are using? So the answer is yes. And the way we did it was we would do our own forecasts at these premise levels. And then for both load and each DER, we calibrated to the peaks shown in the IPER. So when you look at a system peak number for a utility, it's going to correspond very closely. It's not going to be exact, but it's going to be very close to the system peak that you saw for coming out of the IPER. So we calibrate the base load. For the first year, we calibrate PV adoption, EV adoption, and so on to what we saw in the IPER. Most of them are peak demand calibrations. The exception to that is electric vehicles, and Troy will go into that a little bit more, but it's calibrated to number of vehicles as opposed to a peak load. We then looked at 2 high transportation electrification scenarios that basically talk about changing the number of LDVs. You can see we went from about 3 million in the base case to 10 million, roughly 10 million in the various different scenarios. And then MDVs also were slightly higher, but not too much, mostly driven by the LDV side. Lastly, we looked at behind the meter rate design, and specifically looking at a potential change in the net energy metering NEM 2.0. We looked at the structure of the proposed decision, and we modeled something similar to that, which basically included net billing, so netting of load at a more granular level than NEM does at an hourly level, and then secondly, introducing a demand charge based off of PV capacity. So that was the behind the meter analysis. Yes.
Hey, Margot, this might be a good time before we get much farther in to take one question from Ammon. Would that be okay?
Sure.
I mean, I will allow you to unmute yourself.
Two questions. The first is I think I slightly missed the calibration between Cavala's study and the IPER. Is that just in the base year? Is it just excluding transportation electrification, but in future years as well? How exactly, or what peak loads are exactly calibrated there? And before I let you answer that question, I'll ask the second question, which is related to the hierarchy of distribution equipment. So my understanding is that Kavala essentially assumes that there's two tiers. There's feeders that are fed by substations. But my understanding from information that I've gotten from PG&E, among others, is that there are areas in which the hierarchy is much more complicated. For example, a 12 kilovolt feeder might feed a 4 kilovolt substation, which in turn feeds a 4 kilovolt feeder. So in that case, there would essentially be 4 pieces of equipment that are impacted by a load on the 4 kilovolt feeder, or a premises on that 4 kilovolt feeder. There's a 4 kilovolt feeder, the 4 kilovolt substation, the 12 kilovolt feeder, and then the 12 kilovolt substation. So I'm curious is my understanding correct that Kavala is simplifying this hierarchy, and if so, how? And then if it is Kavala is using a simplified hierarchy now, is there a plan to update the model to include the full hierarchy as appropriate, or as it exists in real life?
Yes, okay, so the first question, we calibrated the base load to the first year, and then incorporated known load from the utilities and load growth estimates from the IPER, but we did not calibrate load beyond 2022 with respect to load growth. We just basically calibrated the first year. But for every DER, we calibrated to the year. So how many PVs were expected to be, or the PV capacity in 2025, 2030, 2035. Same is true for EV. So we would look at what those EV targets were. So we didn't just calibrate year one, we calibrated out, but the focus of that was on the DER. So the change in loads caused by DER. As for the second question, I'm going to let Julieta address that in her section, because I think she's got a good description of what they did. So if you wouldn't mind, we'll table that for Julieta. Is that so? Does that suffice there, Rob? Or I'm sorry, I didn't know the name of the person asking the question.
The second question was certainly much more technical. Maybe Julieta will have some time to ponder it.
Yep, that's the plan. So I think she's got some slides on this. So we'll, if it's okay, we'll table that. But I've made a note, so make sure that we answer it when we get there. Any other questions before I move on?
We do have some written Q&A, and I can try to catch us up there. Have to acknowledge there's some great questions coming in Q&A, and it's challenging to get to all of them because there's so many good ones, but we're going to try our best. And if you find that your question isn't being answered, feel free to raise your hand and ask it verbally, but let me go to a few here. This question is from Tam Hunt from GPI. The report is focused on IOUs and their possible infrastructure needs, but to what degree were CCAs and their increasing load growth factored into this report? Margot, do you have a response?
So because we looked at the distribution level, the CCAs are automatically included because the IOUs are the ones that are providing the distribution services at this time. So CCA implications can be considered to be modeled there. When we did the analytics around a billing or payback that we used for adoption, we did use the CCA rates to the extent that we knew which customers were with which CCA. So we did incorporate CCA rates versus PG&E or SoCal Edison San Diego rates.
Right.
We do have one more hand up if we have time for that.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Great. This is Yi Lee from SDG&E.
All here. I have a question on one of the earlier slides you were presenting about the advantage of the premise level forecast. I was curious that given most of the policy implementation that we're looking at here, for example, on the scenario summary is on more like a system level state policy implication. When you guys are doing the premise level forecast methodology, what kind of methodology are you using to like consider that implementation at each premise level? And to what extent do you consider like the customer's current adoption of different technologies, electrification needs, and already implementing electrification, etc., and also including the sort of the different like income levels and economics consideration?
Yeah, that's a great question. So a couple things. Firstly, because we can look at the individual premises, we actually understand things like what that customer's bill looks like, and as part of the work that we're going to continue to do, thinking about what the implications are on where that customer is, what type of customer that is, social and economic justice issues as an example. But you'll see as I go through the analysis that we actually use the individual premise data. So things like income level, education, all went into our estimations of whether or not a customer would potentially adopt a technology. And so by looking at that at an individual premise level, we're able to model that pretty effectively and see what, where are those pockets of where customers are adopting certain types of technologies. And that's, kind of one of the things that we're experimenting here. One of the hypotheses of the bottom-up approach is that it does lend itself to really looking at how you can influence customers and mitigate these the implications as Rob has already indicated. Any other questions before I move on?
Margaret, we've got a few more
Yep.
written questions if you're ready for them. A lot of them have to do with TOU and EV rates. Sam White asks that PG&E EV TOU rate, for example, changes at midnight, not 9 p.m. Could you address the 9 p.m. EV demand spikes in relation to this, such as the percent of EV customers not on EV rates?
Yeah. So and I'm going to warn Troy that I'm going to ask him to kind of pitch in here in a moment. But we did basically look at the adoption of customers using EV rates. And I believe there was a CEC study to that effect that we utilized. Not all customers are aware of or necessarily able to participate in EV rates, particularly if, for example, they require any sort of additional metering. So we did have some shapes in there, I think, that did reflect that. But in general, we were responding to the time of use periods. I think there's something similar in San Diego has an EV rate that ends at 10 o'clock as an example instead of 9. Troy, do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Sure. Yep. Yeah, you got that right, Margot. When we looked at sources such as the joint IOU EV load research paper, we found a low amount of EV customers that have been identified currently on EV rates. So we held that assumption going forward that the majority of customers who adopted EVs would be on regular EV rates, or sorry, regular time of use rates and not the EV rates. But it's something certainly we can adjust in the assumptions in part 2.
Okay, I'm not sure whether you already answered this question verbally from Yi Li at San Diego Gas and Electric, but they asked, how do state policy implications get considered in this premise level forecast methodology? Does each customer's current adoption of DER, electrification, income, etc., is that considered in the forecast output? How is the forecasting accuracy measured?
Okay, that's a loaded question, and no, I've not answered it yet. So a couple things. Firstly, the way that we think about adoption and the calibration step, as you'll see in the more detailed slides, is that we basically look at what the propensity for a customer to adopt, and it's a relative metric. meaning that we can then rank customers from highest to lowest in adoption. So as you change policy and as you expect to see more and more customers adopt, you basically increase the number of those customers that you assume to adopt. And so you start, as you expand policies, you get the lower and lower propensity customers to adopt. And that's basically the methodology. With respect to whether or not our adoption metrics are validated for each of the different DERs, there were slightly different techniques. Overall, we would reserve part of our historical data on which we trained our models to test the accuracy. So we basically test on a simplified basis. Think about it this way: we would develop a model, and then we would run it against customers who actually did adopt, and we would look at how many times did we predict a customer adopted and they did not, and how many times we predicted a customer did not adopt and did. So those are the types of metrics that we looked at, and those analytics are detailed in our very lengthy appendices for your nighttime reading.
We do have some more questions and hand raised, but I do think we have about 20 more slides to get through before 11 o'clock. So I'm wondering if you want to move on with the presentation, Margot.
Okay, great. So moving on to the next slide, I've talked a bit about the demand modifiers very quickly. Again, what did we look at? Behind the meter PV, behind the meter battery, energy efficiency, building electrification, and EVs and EVSCs. And we really want to distinguish with it. We very much focus at the end on the equipment that gets installed to service electric vehicles. And where those EVSC systems are, because it then reflects a little bit more about the varying charging behaviors that the EV that moves around our grid shows up. We did not look at demand response, any kind of pricing programs, or any type of smart controls. Next slide, please. Our modeling follows basically a four-step process. This is true for this order is true for 4 of the 5. So BEEE, energy efficiency, PV, building electrification, energy efficiency, photovoltaics, and batteries were followed. This EVs followed a slightly different, yet these 4 steps were indeed followed. So the first thing to do is we understand the size. Will this customer, so looking at every single customer, you can think of this as like a potential study. If every single customer were to adopt a PV or an EV system or EV, what would be the size of that? How big a PV system would they install, as an example? How big of a battery would they install? How much energy efficiency would they expect to get? That gives you the size. Then we then calculate the behavior, which is how does that show up over 8760. So a PV system is generating at different levels over the course of the year, as an example. Then the last step is saying, would this customer adopt? So given the size of the system and the behavior, would they actually adopt? With PV, we looked at things like payback. For other technologies where the economics were not necessarily as transparent, we looked at other behavioral. And then the last piece was looking at that target. This is what we call the calibration step, where again, we rank ordered everybody with their adoption, and we kept accepting a customer as adopting until we met the level of peak load that the particular DER forecast was relevant for in each year. So we did look at it, we did calibrate every year. So this will become a little bit more evident as we move on. So next slide, please. Again, our limitations, we wanted to highlight here that it is highly dependent upon available data. It does reflect on historical, which always means that you have to believe that history is reflective of the future. We, again, didn't look at anything that was related to future regulatory, legislative, rate design, or rate levels in the study. So it's kind of, think of it as like a status quo going forward, but with more and more adoption of DER to look at kind of the assumptions. So basically, we were given levels of load, DER adoption, that were based off of policy goals, and that's what we then forecasted to. Again, we are not forecasting levels, we are forecasting how those levels of DER adoption impact the grid. Next slide, please. Our baseline load, we basically, as I mentioned earlier, we modeled every premise using a combined hybrid methodology of a decision tree versus an extremely randomized forest. I won't go into the details of this, but at the end of the day, we basically forecasted both methodologies. Decision trees are better for predicting a particular event, so they tend to overfit. So they're best for predicting like the peak, while the extremely randomized forecast is better. It tends to underfit, and therefore it's better for predicting kind of the idiocentricities of load as it changes over time. So at the end of the day, we're able to forecast both a peak, a total energy consumption at the premise, and a load duration curve at every premise. Next slide, please. Once we came up with the baseline net load, we basically applied the PV estimate. So from the utilities, we got which customers actually installed PV systems and the sizes of those PV systems. We then individually modeled each of those PV systems to come up with what the PV profile would be behind the meter, to then subtract out that from. So when you get your AMI data is showing if that customer has a PV system, it's showing the profile after the PV. So we basically, by forecasting the PV generation at the premise level, we're able to back that out and come up with a net load, an actual consumption forecast at the premise level. That is then the baseline of our net load. We then applied a load growth estimate to that. As I mentioned before, we basically first incorporated known load, which is similar to how, say, the GNA and the utilities operates. That say, line, we know this load's coming online in this year at this place, so we incorporated that. And then from there, we forecasted unknown load using forecasts of housing starts and other types of analytics for forecasting that load. Next slide, please. Energy efficiency on the sizing. Basically, the first thing we did was we tried to estimate what percentage of savings would the premise expect to see. We based that on historical energy efficiency savings, meaning that we looked at whether or not customers who have previously installed energy efficiency, what was the range of their adoption. And you can see, as an example, those charts there show that kind of a distribution of adoption on a percentage of savings basis. We then I looked at those percentage of savings, basically randomly chose the size and then applied that percent savings across every hour of the year. So if a customer has very peaky loads in the summer, they would have greater savings than in other periods of time. The adoption, we then looked at analytics for historical EV adoption. What characteristics were there that the customer would drive the customer to adopt? One of the driving factors there was the size of the home, the amount of energy, for example, at a residential level that the customer consumed. And then from there, as I mentioned, we take those adoption propensities, we rank them, we look at the percent savings for the adoption, and we keep accepting customers into the target until we reach that target level. Looking at the results on the next slide. What these results are going to show is the range of percent savings that are at the peak. So we looked at the customer at when the system peak occurred, and we looked at the percent contribution of EE to that peak. So if so to see how much EE is affecting our peaks. As you can see, as we go over time, EE starts to it goes up in 2030 and goes down slightly, but it's still it really does still contribute significantly to mitigating the peak, in part because the assumption that the percent savings persists through all hours of the day and can therefore relieve a shifting peak that we're seeing from other DERs. Next slide, please. Now on building electrification, again, here we looked at whether or not the customer would, how much BE load could be, how much load could be transitioned to electrification using the RAS survey and the commercial building energy consumption surveys. Once we determined how much electrification could occur at the premise, we applied distribution to that using NREL's RESTOC and COMSTOC databases, which provide over 900,000 load shapes that can be applied to based off of different electrification assumptions, locations, and so on. We then looked at the adoption. Adoption was difficult because it was hard for us to identify customers that actually adopted BE. And so we ended up relying on the same adoption propensity model for energy efficiency. This is definitely something that we are considering looking at again with respect to the part 2, as well as perhaps thinking more granularly about BE, specifically space heating for the residential sector as an example. And again, the target was completed in the same way as I described for energy efficiency. Next slide, please. Here you can see the BE contribution does increase over time, but as we notice, we really are not reflecting what we think might be happening in 2035, given the changes in the codes and standards. This is reflective of what was in the IPER as well. So we do expect to see fairly significant change as we start to examine BE more closely. I will also note that BE is not necessarily examined specifically in the forecasts. So that's why you don't see a gray bar showing up on the 2025 value. Next slide, please. On PD modeling, here what we did was we first forecasted on size. Think of this as we developed a theoretical PD system for every single premise based on a percentage of the premise load. So for example, if it was a residential customer, we assumed the customer strove to get to 100% net load. That may change as we think about what's happening with NEM 3.0. But that's that we did 100% for residential and about 84% for commercial. We did actually review several feeders of load to see what those percentage adoptions were relative to load to kind of make sure that that number was a reasonable number. And so then what we basically do is calculate a kilowatt of as if a PV system were located in a census tract for 1 kW. And so by every census tract, we calculated a PV profile for the behavior of a 1 kW system. And that then gave us how many kilowatt hours of energy we would see for that customer to get to the size. It also then translates into the behavior. So subsequently, we take that. And that forecast, by the way, is using NREL's PD watts model. We made several assumptions on the inputs. We used the NSRDB database. We used a combination of south and west facing systems and basically looked at distributions of those types of systems using LBNL's Track the Sun study. When we looked back in time, when I was talking about the net load, we were actually looked at actual meteorological year. So from 2018 through 2021, we used actual meteorological year from the NSRDB, and then going out in our forecast, we used typical meteorological year. Moving on to adoption, we did a multivariable regression. We looked at several factors, including customer class, payback, what the customer's peak load, and some demographics, as I mentioned before, income, education. average age, and whether in an owner occupied. We also looked at population density and land area. Again, I should have mentioned that the size of the PV systems was limited to the potential square foot of the premise, which we have from our demographic data. And as I mentioned before, with the target, again, ranked and stacked the adoptions and then accepted until we got to the target level. When you see the adoption form, basically changed when we introduced the behind the meter tariff. So it was the adoption level that changed, not the size of the behavior necessarily. And so then from there, we could reflect whether or not a customer would have adopted under different payback given the alternative rate. Next slide, please. I'm going to get the world speed talking record here. PV contribution to peak. So you can see it has a very significant contribution to peak through 2025, but it starts to decline. This isn't because there's less and less PV. It's because the peak is moving into the evening hours, which of course that's not when the sun shines, and so therefore there is no PV available to meet that EV charging need. Next slide, please. For batteries, we basically looked at historical battery adoption, looking at sizes of commercially available batteries, and then made decisions around whether or not the customer would adopt what size of battery they would buy. It's not in increments of kWs, in increments of system, like a one battery wall, for example, a Tesla battery wall. The behavior was handled differently depending upon whether it was a residential or non-residential. For residential, we made the assumption that the customer was optimizing their PV system, and so therefore they were saving the energy during the day to use at night and we basically assumed that they would start charging almost immediately at night after at the change of the time of use periods, which typically occurs around 4 or 5 p.m. For some of the utilities. Adoption, again, was based off of historical. This is where we really were, excuse me, let me talk about non-residential. Non-residential there, what we assume the batteries were used to mitigate peak. These customers have a desire, because they typically have demand charges, that they would use a battery to move their peak, or at least flatten their load over time to therefore reduce their peak demand, and therefore their peak demand charges. The adoption was basically looking again at a multi-level regression, looking at things that impact the customer's economics. Much like residential, we looked at things like owner-occupied and maximum load and income, but population density and other factors were not necessarily applicable there. But again, because we had such limited number, and this was kind of about March 2021 that we had the BESS adoption. We know that there's been significant BESS adoption in the state, particularly in certain areas where customers are using batteries to potentially mitigate reliability challenges. And so we recognize that there's a lot more adoption, but because it's pretty nascent, it's highly impacted. We did do some data science techniques to try to impact the fact that we had a very small sample size, but again, we're limited by the data. Next slide, please. As you can see, batteries, as they get adopted more, we start to see them have a bit bigger and bigger impact on the peak. Again, thinking about would we actually switch out and encourage customers to discharge their batteries when they're charging their EVs. Those are certainly things that can be considered, but right now the price signals aren't there. A customer would certainly prefer to discharge their battery during peak periods and charge their EVs during off-peak periods. So again, these are the types of mitigations that can be examined further. Next slide, I'm going to pass it over to Troy.
Thanks, Margot. All right. So hopping over here to EVs and EVSC, or EV supply equipment, or EV charging, let's call it that. As you can imagine, EVs and their equipment are highly intertwined to their modeling. So we did this stage together with similar steps for both EVs and their chargers. So I'll start here with EVs, kind of work my way across the slide to the right, and then we'll hop down to the EV chargers. So first we started with a target for the EVs, and has mentioned that this is in vehicle counts and came from our 3 different scenarios, the base case based on hyper and our high and accelerated scenarios. And yeah, we've discussed some of the vehicle counts there. Our next stage was to talk about, or to figure out, what are the total count of vehicles and what type of vehicle would be at our candidate premise that's up for adopting vehicles. And by type, we mean things like, is it a personal versus a fleet vehicle? Is it light duty, heavy duty? Is it battery electric, or was it a plug-in hybrid? And was it a small car or an SUV, things like this. For the probability of what type of vehicle individual premise would adopt, we used market forecasts of EV sales by vehicle segment across the state, say looking at things like how many are SUVs versus pickups, and we use that to assign vehicles. For fleet types, we assume that level of consumer choice isn't quite there, that someone might switch over vehicle types. We wanted to make it based on the existing internal combustion engines vehicles in a given area to help inform what hypothetical vehicle a certain premise could adopt. So we looked at, what are existing fleet vehicles in a census tract, and use that to inform the probability that any certain premise would get a certain type of vehicle. We then moved on to our adoption models, where for personal EVs, we did have data on who has adopted a EV, not specifically, which type of EV, but do they own an EV? So we were able to create a trained model there that learned from historical data of adopters. And we split this out by urban, suburban, and rural, as we found differences in the data in how different different characteristics mattered in each of those contexts of who would adopt. And we applied some demographic and behavior data here. We were able to use some characteristics around size of the parcel they're on, some surprisingly around some AMI load, had some signal in it, as well as demographics discussed before around home ownership, income level, education. For the fleets, as it's a burgeoning area of EV growth, we didn't have sufficient data to do a trained model, but we were able to look at some proxies, such as the size of a parcel that might be able to accommodate fleets, and the area that doesn't already have a building footprint on it that could be used for that fleet. In addition to things mentioned before, like what are the hyperlocal kind of existence of ICE fleets within that area. So that's certainly an area that can improve once there's more data coming on fleet adoption. From there, we then move down to the second part of this slide with EVSCs. We used the modeled amount of EVs in our scenarios as an input to figuring out how many charging ports would be needed across the state to meet that demand. And that number of charging points became our target to start our modeling process here. To figure that out, we used some ratios of amount of charging ports needed for particular type of EV across different charging types, which I'll get to in a second. And those assumptions were based on those taken from a couple different sources, including the AB 2127 electric vehicle charging infrastructure assessment done, and a couple other kind of state level studies comparing numbers of numbers of ports to numbers of EVs. We then proceeded to figure out the type and quantity of chargers at a premise. And by type here, we mean both their things like their level, say it's level 1 or level 2, and what kilowatt rating they would have as the primary things, as well as what is the use case of this charger. So the way we generally broke this down was what we labeled as primary charging is chargers for the home, say single unit or multi-unit dwelling, and or fleet charging. And kind of to assign how many of these chargers go to premise, we looked at how many EVs are domiciled at that specific premise. And for our second part, which we broadly call secondary charging, which would include public charging, workplace charging, and those specifically in high trafficked corridors, we looked at trends based on existing stations to see how many ports generally are at a given station, and use those to assign how many ports would be at these newly adopted stations. Lastly, we ran a similar adoption model where the goal was to predict who of our premises would actually adopt chargers. For the primary charging, this was a simple process. We assigned chargers at any premise that adopt an EV based on a different ratio, basically enough chargers to meet the sufficient charge of those EVs at that premise. And for the secondary charging, this was we looked at things. So this is looking at where areas likely to adopt, say, a public charger or workplace charger. So we looked again at some of the characteristics around parcel size, how much available land is there to build, and local trends like how many retail shops are in the area, and traffic volumes. So at this point in the modeling, we both had answers to where predicted EVs would happen, as well as chargers, and we got to our behavior curves, which I know there are some questions here. And although I also know we're low on time, so I'll try to balance those needs. So for each individual port, we developed a charge curve, and then we kind of rolled that up to the premise level, and then we rolled that up even further for our other feeder level and system level analysis. We considered things like for the primary charging, or where we knew the vehicles that would be charging, we looked at things like what are the specific vehicles' battery range, what is their range, what is their efficiency in converting electricity over into traveled miles, how much are they traveling in a given day, what are some average departure and arrival times, and as mentioned, for residential, we considered both time of use and non-time of use rates. On average, we had those on non-time of use rates beginning their charging around 5 p.m. We did include randomness at each individual premise to kind of model some of the real world uncertainty. And for those on time of use rates, the average starting point was around 9 p.m. with randomness to include later charge starts as well. And I'll just go here that for the secondary charge parts around public charging, this was a little harder to pin down, as there was not a defined population of vehicles that would be using the chargers. So we used data. We used a daily charging events approach to predict how many vehicles would be using the charger at any given day. And to do this, we looked at research available in California right now on average charge events for different types of chargers, ranging from around 2 to 8 charging events for a port, or per a charging port per day, with some escalation through time to account for higher EV density populations as we get further out to 2035. Next slide, please. So let's look at the impacts here. So we saw that adding between 3 and 10 million light duty vehicles by 2035 added roughly around the same impacts of 3 to 9 million residential customers. This might seem kind of high looking at the kind of at face value, but we'll remember here that this also includes fleet light duty vehicles who might have five times as many vehicle miles traveled as personal vehicles, or even higher depending on the use case. And you can kind of see here this escalated from our base case, looking around 3 million residential customers equivalent of load, and 173,000 equivalent of commercial new customers added on the medium and heavy duty side. And kind of moving over to our high and accelerated electrification scenarios, you can see it ranged upwards of 8 to nearly 9 million new residential customers. So yeah, kind of thinking it in this lens helps kind of think about the magnitude of new load modeled from this EV charging in our study. And we'll move on to the last EV slide. Similarly, looking at breaking this down in individual feeders, you can see at 2025, we're seeing generally a low contribution of EVs to the overall peak on individual feeders. This is well below 5% in some of our lower EV charging scenarios, and only our accelerated one shows around 15% of load on your average feeder coming from EV charging. And as you move over in time by 2035, your typical feeder is seeing in the range of 40% of peak load coming from EVs. So the impact of EVs becomes the new normal on your average feeder in the IOU's territory. Great. That we'll hand it back over to Margot.
Thank you, Troy. Next slide, please. So what do the results look like? Well, we can see here that we're looking at load increases on the order of 70 gigawatts of peak load. I think there was a question earlier about how does that differ from the IPER. That's because the IPER is the base case scenario, so you should be seeing a number in that is a little bit closer to what the IPER would predict it in 2030 and 2035. The 70 really is from the high electrification scenarios. I want to note that also coming with the load, with the peak load increase, is a significant increase in energy use. We're basically seeing scenarios of between 180 to 210% of current loads being added, which provides additional sales. While we see cost increases from this increased load, we also have increased sales, quote unquote sales, that customers are consuming. Next slide, please. We also talked a bit about the peak load. Here's what we see in the change in peak loads under the various different scenarios. And the table shows you how the time is shifting. So depending upon the scenario and the utility, by the time you get to 2035, you really are seeing most of the utilities experiencing peak loads, even in the base case, occurring late in the evening or later in the evening, like at 9 p.m. while they've moved from currently somewhere around 7. Next slide, please. Here's where you can see the shapes of the loads over time. So the charts on the top are the combined load shapes. So the pluses and minuses of the load shapes that we had out there. So you've got, you can see that as we look at the base case versus the 2 high electrification cases, you start to see the implications of EVs popping in 2035, where the yellow area and the red area under the curve in the later hours is really showing up. That's again because we assume adherence to existing time of use periods through 2035. And as Troy mentioned, sort of existing EV rate adoption, meaning some customers don't always invest or transition to an EV rate. And so you're seeing that shift to 9 p.m. And that's driving a lot of what you're seeing in that behavior. You will see, however, there's still a significant amount of charging happening during the day that is being offset by PV. Next slide, please. So here, going back to what the PV story looks like, you can see that even though there's a fair amount of electrification happening that is being met by PV, it doesn't really get you to where you need to be because of the timing. So we basically have to start thinking about how do we consider these late evening peaks at times when there's not PV to adopt it or to offset it. Next slide, please. I think this might be the last one. So I'll pause for questions.
Well, note we are 4 minutes into our scheduled 10-minute break, but there are some hands up in the chat if we would like to take those. I'll call on Claire, who has had their hand raised for some time.
Thank you. This is Claire Broom, 350 Bay Area. And I wanted to, first of all, compliment you on a really important, really complicated study. But I also wanted to return to this issue of appropriate assumptions about EV charging. Troy, you talked about the difficulty of incorporating analysis of EV rates. I live in PG&E territory. I have 2 EVs. We don't have a dedicated charging. We don't have a dedicated meter, but we are on an EV rate. And I can tell you, we charge after midnight. Our peak period, our low cost period is midnight to 3 p.m. And I would encourage, before people make such substantial assumptions about 9 p.m. and batteries won't reach, to really look to the extent you can actually tease out the accounts that are on EV rates to see what they're charging, what their load behavior is. And I would predict it is not nearly as alarmist as what you're finding with your current assumptions that everything is on the standard TOU rate. So, you know, I think that actually is before you get to phase 2. Because, you know, and I think it's fascinating what you're seeing about the increased load, all sorts of implications. But it would be very unfortunate if you missed something that is within your ability to analyze, that can show how much that charging load can actually be moved after midnight or during the midday. Thank you.
Claire, this is Margot. Thank you for your comments. And we agree that we do need to look more in detail around the charging assumptions and in fact, how to implement any kind of managed charging scenarios. I think that 2 things to note. The EV load is going to be significant regardless of what hour it shows up. So I think that you know, we definitely need to be looking about how we can treat that. The other challenge that we have is that, you know, not every customer is as well informed as you regarding whether or not there are EV rates. And so the question is, how do you encourage customers to actually be on those efficient rates? And, you know, so far what we're seeing in studies is that customers don't have that awareness. So again, those would be things that I would consider to be mitigations to what we've been talking about. And they're certainly really excellent points. One of the things that you'll see in the part 2 is we are going to be examining kind of these optimal use of how we can make sure that customers are charging and how does that actually mitigate. So you'll see that a little bit more as we talk about part 2, but a point well taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. I think we have time for one more question as we kind of breeze through this 10-minute break before we get into the next section. So I will call on Howard to unmute themselves.
Hello?
Hello, Howard.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Mike, by the way, this proceeding, this entire CPUC proceeding, this workshop and the Cavala studies are all very highly valuable to achieving the state's goals. But I have a very specific question. Slide 35 shows that the assumptions for medium and heavy duty vehicles are basically the same for the 2021 IEPR and for all the cases that Cavala used. But I also observed that the LDV assumptions are quite radically different between the 2021 IEPR and the Cavala assumptions. Does that mean that the difference in forecasted load that we've been talking about, for instance, on slide 53, between the 2021 IEPR and the 4 Cavella cases are driven by LDV and not by MDV and HDV?
Troy, can you respond, please?
Sure. Yep, that's correct, Howard. There are some kind of slight differences in the vehicle population of medium duty and heavy duty between scenarios and exactly when they show up, but you're right that it ends up being pretty similar in the ending point of how many vehicles are medium duty and heavy duty, and the largest changes are driven by that light duty vehicle change between forecasts.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Howard. In the interest of time, I think we can move on to the next section. I know there are still questions in the chat and hands raised, and I would appreciate if you can hold on to those questions until we get to 12 o'clock, where we have the stakeholder discussion on this Part 1 study. Thank you. I believe now we are going into the grid impacts and cost analysis overview.
Yes, and for that, I'll ask Julieta Heraldez to sort of walk through the next set of slides.
Very good. We do have a 10-minute break. Are we going over that? I know CPUC is very adamant about guaranteeing the wealthiness of all of us. So are we doing that? Or are we going directly into the next presentation?
My suggestion would be to go into the next presentation, as we have a lot of material to cover.
Very good. Great. So Margot has described the bottom-up load NDR modeling effort to come up with the 8760 shape of the net load, including all of the demand side modifiers that were described. And I'm going to talk about how we determined the impact of that net load on the grid assets along the distribution grid. So how did we do this at a very high level? 2 main steps were involved. The first one is to determine that peak load at the different key infrastructure points of the distribution grid. And with that, we were able to identify the grid assets that would need to be built to serve that overload across the forecasting horizon considered. And once that new infrastructure was forecasted, we determined its capital cost using the unit costs that were provided by the IOUs and that I will present in a little bit, and estimated the cost of the upgrades. So 2 main steps, sort of determining the coincident peak load at all of these grid asset levels, times the unit cost to estimate the costs. I will note that we only looked at thermal capacity constraints. So are things big enough to meet that load and not other limitations that the system and the grid may look at, like voltage or reliability and resiliency. So purely capacity expansion model. Before we dive into the details of the methods that were used, I have here a little cheat sheet of how the infrastructure on the distribution grid is connected and what grid assets were included in these evaluation of the EIS Part 1 study. So from left to right, a transmission line will feed a distribution substation. And that substation can have anywhere between, let's say, 2 to 4 transformer banks or substation transformers. And each transformer bank is going to serve a number of feeders. Then the feeders are going to continue to distribute the power across the neighborhoods closer to the customers, at which point there are service transformers that are going to step down the voltage to the utilization voltage in our outlets. Those can be like the pole mounted transformers that we see on wood poles, or the green boxes, the underground plant mounted transformers. And in the part 1 study, we looked at the impact of that load and DR growth from the substation all the way down to that secondary system. A caveat is that we did not include the primary lines from the feeder head to the service transformers. And so since we are looking at significant additions of load, we sort of considered that infrastructure to serve the customer, and then the main new feeders, transformer banks, and substations that would have to be built. And so back to, I think, Amin's question, the feeders, the connectivity was respected, right? We ingested the GIS data. And so the evaluation of the overloads that I'll go later will show that we did consider that sort of hierarchy of connectivity of substations. So to illustrate the scale of the analysis performed in this study, the numbers inside this pyramid indicate how many of these grid assets that I referenced in the previous slides there are installed right now in the 3 IOUs. And for how many locations we calculated that coincident peak load of the customers connected to that grid asset. And so if we start from the bottom, there are a little over 1.5 million service transformers in the 3 IOU service territory. And because of this premise level approach, we were able to calculate that coincident peak at each one of these individual 1.5 million service transformers to determine how many of them would be overloaded, and then calculate the upgrade cost based on the new number of transformers needed and the units cost, as I explained earlier. And I'll talk a little bit more about later. And the same method applies. I'll talk a little bit more about the details of that method, but for the primary assets, right? The peak load, coincident peak load was calculated at each one of those individual assets from the 8760 net load profiles. And we'll see in the later slides, the cost of the assets themselves increase, those unit costs increase from bottom to top of the pyramid. So that per unit cost of replacing each one of these assets. Most studies, I think Trina alluded to this at the beginning, most studies done in California or for the IOUs considered in this study have looked at feeder level costs and used sort of a different approach, looking at sort of a generic dollar per kilowatt cost of an overload. Not necessarily these infrastructure, sort of automated infrastructure design and unit cost that we've taken in this study. More similar to you know, the distribution planning process to determine the planned investments in the DPP. So a little bit more now down into the weeds of how we determined the new infrastructure requirements. So starting at the substation level, the first assumption that we took is that load could be balanced between transformer banks. So accounting for a little bit of that load transfer. And so the substation rating was made up of the sum of the ratings of the transformer banks. And that was compared to the peak load across the sum of the transformer banks. So if an individual transformer bank or substation transformer was overloaded, but the other one or 2 banks in the same substation were not, and had enough capacity to cover that overload, we determined that there was no upgrade required. But if there was, so no load transfers could be done to accommodate the overall load, then there were 2 possible actions taken. You know, we would either build a new transformer bank or a new transformer in that substation if the existing number of transformers did not exceed the typical number of transformers provided by the IOUs at a substation. And so if there was space at that substation, we could build a new transformer bank. If not, it would trigger a new substation altogether. So that was sort of the calculation at the substation and transformer level. And then one level down, we still had to verify that the feeders themselves had the capacity to serve that load. So we calculated if there was an overload at each of the individual feeders. And in this case, there were 3 sets of actions that could be taken. First, if there was space at the transformer bank, so if the bank had a spare bus based on typical number of feeders connected to a transformer bank, we could build a new feeder in that existing transformer bank. If no more space for feeders was determined, then it would trigger a new bank or substation upgrade. But we did take into account if step 1 had built infrastructure. And so if there was a transformer bank or new substation that had been triggered by the first step, the necessary feeder would be built in that existing infrastructure that had been built in step 1. So, we still had to sort of find a way of associating new feeders requirements to the new infrastructure built in step 1. And then the last step was to determine the secondary infrastructure, so the new service transformer requirements. And this last step was a little bit easier. If there was an overload, we had one method for residential versus commercial and industrial. So for residential service transformers, the method was to add the required new service transformer to meet the load. And that was just based on one generic cost and size. Versus the larger customer, commercial and industrial customers, so the CNI customers, if there was an overload, we selected a new larger service transformer from a more detailed lookup table that I'll share in a second of CNI service transformers to account for those economies of scales of larger transformer costs. So this was done to differentiate those design practices currently used. And with this automated method, we were able to estimate at each service transformer all the way up to the substation, the new number of assets required. And so now, what were the unit costs? So when we had the assets, we had to multiply that by the cost. And as I previously described, each one of these new infrastructures that we considered being built had its associated unit cost that are shown here. And we put quite a bit of effort into coming up with these with Energy Division and the IOUs to come up with consistent assumptions from the IOUs to come up with these costs. And so the initial costs that we had in the fall were widely different between the IOUs, and so we took the time to try to come up with more consistent numbers, and those were revised in the fall to produce these final numbers. Still, the assumptions underlying how each one of the IOUs came up with a cost is not fully consistent, so this is sort of a recommendation that we'll be looking at more in the future to reconcile some of the costs using the GRC, the GNA, and these unit costs. And for secondary infrastructure, these are the costs used. So it included the service transformer and an estimate of secondary cable run. And you can see that with the IOUs, we determined to use one cost for the residential service transformers versus the more detailed lookup table for the CNI customers to account for that economy of scale. And this slide shows an example of those planning assumptions that I was referring to earlier that went into determining the typical number of transformer banks in a substation and circuits in a transformer bank, along with the thermal loading criteria that we discussed with the IOUs and that are described in the appendices of the study. So now we are going to be shifting towards the results. So we compared our base case, our IPER base case scenario that determines the upgrades required through 2025 to the capacity plan investments that the utilities filed in 2022 in the 2022 GNAs and DDORs, where they filed plant feeder, transformer banks, and substations through 2026. And the Cavala study was able to approximate fairly close those needs. So if we compare the gray box, those are the transformer bank substations and feeders in the planned investments of the DDOR. So for example, PG&E adds up to $5.3 billion of capacity needs, of primary capacity needs, and we came up with 4.2 billion. And SCE, for example, this year filed 2.2, and we estimated 3 billion of primary infrastructure. So we came up fairly close to the estimates for this shorter term. For SDG&E, we came up quite a bit higher, and we're trying to understand why that could be. Their system is a lot, well, not necessarily, well, it's a lot smaller, but there's also very few number of upgrades required by 2025. It's in the tens, you know, the few. And so a larger error is introduced when taking these sort of generic unit costs. I think when compared to PG&E that are in the hundreds of feeders, you know, being upgraded. And so that could be one of the reasons. But to the best of our knowledge, this is sort of the first study that has been able to match the order of magnitude of the grid needs and costs. If you look at other studies performed, they predict much lower costs and don't even get close to like the current needs that have been filed already, even without considering, you know, high electrification. The other important note here, I've been comparing sort of the dark blue to the gray, but in this study, we also considered additional costs that are going to be important, you know, to take into account and consider mitigation strategies for and implementation of those upgrades, which are secondary systems. So we estimated, you know, for the 3 IOUs an extra $5 billion by 2025 on service transformer upgrades, which are currently not necessarily accounted in those GNA and DDOR, the DDIF process. So this is sort of the benchmarking comparison for the short term. And then what we did in the study is then take the long-term view. So if we think about the long-term impact of using those same design principles for wires, upgrading wires that I described, and unit cost, the infrastructure costs are significant in 2030 and 2035 in the base case alone, but of course higher if we consider that reality of high electrification. And so comparing the high electrification, the yellow bars, and the accelerated high electrification, the green bars, we can see that the costs end up in a very similar spot by 2035, and the difference is how linearly or more paced, you know, the speed at which we'll get there. Again, these costs here include service transformers, which do represent a non-negligible part of the predicted costs. If we compare the cost between the IOUs, we can see that PG&E has higher costs for a very similar system peak load as SCE. And I'll show in a few slides from now that it does have the higher percentage of assets reaching overload. And they're overloaded sooner. So it has a little bit more of a linear shape towards 2035 versus SCE and SDG&E that have more of that hockey stick shape that was referenced earlier. And of the three, SDG&E has the least number of assets reaching capacity. So the least sort of the most overbuilt grid, or the least overloaded assets in the future. And this is the same slide, but just the primary infrastructure. So excluding those secondary services, the service transformers that were also estimated. So just to emphasize one of the points that I was making, I'm showing here the number of feeders that will reach capacity over time for the base case scenario compared to the two high electrification scenarios for each one of the IOUs. And we can see that SDG&E having the least number of feeders reaching capacity versus PG&E having the highest. And we can also see that more linear versus the hockey stick shape. And finally, we show here the total upgrade costs by IOU over time and by county. So it is important to note that the impact of these scenarios in high electrification, high transportation electrification, the impact is not homogeneous. So it is not going to happen everywhere at the same time. And I think this really illustrates the importance of talking about regional and local planning needs, and to really start thinking about now about the infrastructure that needs to be built to support this new load, along with the mitigation strategies and solutions to manage the cost, but also to bridge that gap between the load growth and the infrastructure getting built on time. So as you can see, not all of the regions, reach high overloads at the same point in time. And we really think that this is going to be important to be working on in the next few years to really identify where and when and what types of solutions are best to address these regional differences. And I believe this is my last slide, so I will pause here and I'm happy to take any questions.
Tyler, can I suggest, since we gained so much time back, maybe you're going to suggest this too, but Julieta is running all these slides, and what do you think about a little break here, since I think it's only 11:30?
We do have an excess of time in this section, so I think a break here is appropriate. We can come back and answer some of the backlogged questions in the chat. So shall we break now and return at, let's say, 11:40?
Sounds good.
That's great. Thanks, Tyler. Let's do that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Hello, do we have our panelists back?
Yes.
Tyler, I'm back.
Great. Gabe, can I turn it over to you to ask some of the questions from the Q&A that have been backlogged?
Yeah, and also I think Richard Coe has had his hand up for some time. I see Sky Wegman as well, and Amin. Should we try to get to some of the verbal questions as well?
We can get the verbal questions as well. Would you like to start with those?
Yeah, let's see what Richard wants to ask. I think he's had his hand up for some time.
Great. I will request that you unmute, Richard.
Thanks very much for this workshop today. It's been an excellent explanation of the Kavala report. I wanted to expand on the question that was asked about an hour ago about MD and HD. Just trying to understand a little bit about to what extent that's a swing factor in all of this, you know, to what extent a different approach to MD and HD could change some of the outcomes. So the question earlier was noting that in some of the 4 additional scenarios, LDV numbers dramatically increased, but the MD HD numbers stayed fairly constant. I note there was a comment earlier in the report that 60% of the increases in peak load come from light duty vehicles, and I presume that's linked to the fact that the MD HD numbers remain fairly constant across all of the scenarios. And there's, I guess there's perhaps a bit less explanation or discussion about MD-HD load in the report generally. For example, it wasn't really clear to me where you assumed that the MD-HD load would charge. I also note that ED has started off a new work stream on freight infrastructure planning, which I think will explore some of these MD-HD issues. So I guess I was just interested in any thoughts from Kavala or ED as to what extent there's uncertainty around MD and HD, and is that potentially a big swing factor in some of these outcomes?
Sure, I can step in. Yeah, thanks for the question, Richard. Yeah, as you noted, there's pretty similar totals by 2035 on MD HD. I haven't seen kind of recent updates in what those numbers are, but by adjusting some of those, we could for sure see a difference there. I'd say maybe some of the big impacts, have to do with how kind of localized these loads are. So I think there's for sure opportunities to improve how we specifically place these MD and HD ones. As the more localized data we can get on that, say with vehicle registrations, will really of existing ICE fleets will really help us place those in the right place and make sure those loads are showing up on the correct feeders to be aware of. We took some assumptions around kind of amounts of charging from different CEC and CARB studies. I don't have the numbers directly with me right now, but it kind of varied by the vehicle type. For some, I think we made assumptions around 60% of charging coming from the depot and 40% being assumed to come from corridor charging for where higher voltage and higher throughput charging is made available. And that percentage went much higher for long haul trucking. So yeah, some of those assumptions we've made in the report, and can certainly get more information on particularly how we've divided out percent charging of different sources of MD HD vehicles.
Thank you, Troy. I'd like to further emphasize that, as I mentioned earlier, we're not making predictions about the level of the forecast. We're taking the level of forecast as a given. So to the extent that there's an MDV or HDV forecast that would indicate higher levels of adoption, that would be something that could potentially be addressed in a part 2 scenario. But again, as I mentioned, this study is really taking existing forecasts and saying, given this forecast, where are the impacts going to be? Where does that load show up? What does that mean to the grid? And so that to Troy's point, those locations might change as you increase the number of MDVs and HTVs. So I hope that answers the question there.
Great, thank you. We'll get to Amin and then we'll get to Sky. So Amin, requesting for you to unmute.
Yeah, thanks. I actually have two completely separate series of questions, so I'll just start with one, and then I'm going to raise my hand again after Sky's question. So the first question, or a set of questions really, follows from the other questions that have been asked about peak load, forecast, and EV load shape. And I think from what I've looked at, these two things in Kavala's study seem to be pretty intimately related. So first, it looks like the EV charging load shape that Kavala is using is significantly different from what the IPER assumes. The 2021 IPER, the 2022 IPER also uses the same load shape. For those following along, if you check out the 2021 IPER on page 69, I think it's part 4, it'll show a load shape with a peak at noon and a peak overnight, way past 9 p.m., more like midnight. Whereas Kavala's study has a much more coincident-ish evening peak, not coincident with the previous load, but much closer, and I think that causes a big difference. So from what I understand, Kavala ends up predicting a much higher system peak load of 70 gigawatts. That's from the page 32 of the EIS, and that's just for the 3 IOUs, if I read that chart correctly, compared to what the 2022 IPER planning forecast predicts for 2035. Now, the planning forecast actually, as I understand, includes 16 million light-duty EVs, so it's more EVs, but it has a much lower peak load of 55 gigawatts. That's from the IPER at page 4. So I'm curious for anything you can help to understand what's going on there. Did Kavala compare the charging load shape or the total energy, which is different but also interesting, to the 2021 IPER? Is it Kavala's goal to align with the IPER in this way on the charging load shape and the amount of charging energy, or is Kavala kind of satisfied to align with the IPER on the number of vehicles? I know that there's, it's actually aligned with CARB on the number of vehicles in some forecasts, but in principle to be aligned on the number of vehicles and not on the peak load. And I'm also curious if this question can be answered. Does Energy Division have an opinion on whether the state's kind of single forecast set policy mean that Kavala should be aligned with the IPER on the hourly charging demand from electric vehicles, or is that not really an issue? And then kind of regardless, I would say that it seems like considering multiple charging load shapes, as others have suggested, like Sam White, seems like it would be a very critical thing to look at in part 2 of the study. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and start, and then I'm going to ask Troy to talk about the specifics of the IPER versus the load shapes that we did. But I will say that generally speaking, we believe that, and we are proposing for part 2 that we can be looking at different load shapes for charging, and that again we recognize that this is an assumption that we made, and the results of our study are being highly dependent upon that assumption. But there's going to be a peak driven by EVs, whether it's at 9 p.m. or 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. And so I think we'll be looking at that with the idea of trying to bookend the analyses, and if you look at the distribution, it is supposed to be a high case. So again, I think that this is something that we'll be examining. We would like to examine. We propose to examine in part 2 more thoroughly. Troy, can you address the specifics about the IPER shape versus ours?
Sure, can talk about that. Yeah, we did look into some of the differences between the 2021 IPER. The 2022 had not come out at that point, so weren't able to kind of see the comparisons of their load of kind of an EV amount closer to what we had modeled here. We did consider both trying to calibrate our total loads to the IPER amount versus the vehicle count, and decided to go with using the vehicle count way as the way to calibrate, given some of the complexities of trying to reverse engineer a load shape that we were trying to model hourly. We'll have to take a deeper look to kind of investigate some of the differences coming out there. But yeah, as mentioned, one of the big ones being kind of the assumptions around EV adoption of EV time of use rates starting at midnight versus kind of general time of use rates, and can for sure include more diversity of load shapes as we kind of model all these vehicles individually.
Anything else to add? Oh, I see a thumbs up. Wonderful. I'll now call on Sky to unmute themselves.
Peter with PG&E again. This guy's here with me, but so my question was about infrastructure upgrade cost approach that you guys just presented. And so my interpretation of this is that what the main purpose of what you're trying to achieve is estimating kind of an aggregated cost here. And that's a little bit different than like what we're doing like on our distribution planning process, where we've have dozens of distribution engineers looking at each project very specifically, trying to come up with a very specific cost. What you're trying to do here in a specific project, that's basically like a work plan. And so, and I think both purposes are valid. Like you need an aggregated estimate to, guide your strategy, your policy, and have the kind of scale and scope of what you guys were looking at, versus, something that you can, actually go and build in next year kind of thing. You want to look more carefully at that. Is that kind of how you were thinking about it in terms of developing your method here, that this really is to provide the kind of an aggregated estimate? That's the real goal. And taking it a step further, like on the secondary side, like you guys looked, 12 years out at secondary transformers, but you're not trying to like say this specific secondary transformer we need to come up with a work plan for. You're trying to come up like in an aggregate, what's the estimated cost here? And we should be viewing this study approach from that lens. Is that a reasonable way to think about it?
I think we could probably have a few of our experts provide an answer, and I might just kick it off. So, Bill, my take is this is part one, and some of the high-level results I discussed at the beginning, the cost estimate, are certainly important, and they're an early estimate. But the study, the report is quite long, and we tried to cover it in about 2 hours, and that still wasn't quite enough, I think, to really cover everything. The methods, for example, the scenario planning, the planning horizon, 15 years, the level of granularity used, I think all of those pieces of the study are perhaps even more important than the estimate, because we're trying to understand how distribution planning at the utilities might need to evolve to prepare for electrification and avoid overbuilding and underbuilding, finding the load, the right place, the right time, being as accurate as is reasonable and feasible. So I think I'd like to steer at some point the conversation towards how can this study inform distribution planning and not be sort of directed on the cost. And so that's I think just like to kick off discussion a bit with that statement.
Great. Yeah, and I totally agree. Like the method of the forecasting and everything, really excited about how that can inform our inputs and things. Just, I would just wanted to like, at least in my opinion, the approach here is on the cost side is just, I think it's just a different approach. So it could be interesting to talk more about how it's different. But that's all good. Thanks.
Tyler, I'd like to pivot to a couple of Q&A questions. And Some of the Q&A questions have been answered in writing, and if you need more information, feel free to raise your hand and ask your question again. But I'm going to go to two questions that both touch on equity, coming from Zara Falahi. And the first question is, how does the adoption of electrification map to underserved customers? And how does the adoption up to dictated policy levels impact the energy burden for customers? I think, Margot, you probably are best to address this, but whoever on your team wants to address these two questions would be great.
Analytics in section.
Hey, Margot, we couldn't hear you when you started answering that question. Could you start over? Thank you.
Sorry. So, Sarah, thank you for the question. Good question. I would say that, I'd first point you to section 2.4, where we actually did look at energy burden for customers by census block, using household income by census block, and basically retail rates staying constant. So it basically reflects how customers who did implement electrification would see an increase in their bill. Because we are able to look at this at a premise level and then aggregate up, we can also look at the implications by, say, census tract or census block, or zip code, and then potentially look at underserved communities. For part 2, we are proposing that we do a little more work and do a closer look at what the actual bill impacts are for customers, to address potential energy justice, which includes not just looking at what customer bill impacts are for customers who electrify versus customers who don't electrify, but also for customers who do electrify, what their subsequent savings might be because they're transitioning from other fuels to electricity. So yeah, their electric bill is going up, but they no longer pay at the gas pump, or they no longer pay a gas bill. So those are things that we're proposing to look at more closely for part 2.
This is Trina, and I just to layer in there, I think one thing that we think is an advantage of doing this premise level, the bottom up approach, is if you could imagine taking the sort of heat map California-wide visualization that Julieta spoke about at the end of her presentation, and really zooming in. You could zoom in to discrete cities, counties, census tracts, zip codes, neighborhoods, parcels, all the way down. We haven't provided any of those visualizations in the report itself, just to make sure that we protect consumer privacy and confidentiality, but the ability to look at those energy burden impacts at the premise level is obviously enabled by sort of taking a premise level start.
Great. Why don't we go back to verbal questions, and then after those two, we've got a few more queued up in written Q&A.
Great. I know we promised Amin we'd get back to him, so I'll go back to Amin and then we can get to Brian.
Thank you very much for coming back to me and letting me ask all these questions. And also just thanks, I should say, for hosting the workshop, and to Kavala for participating in the workshop and providing the wonderful report, which has occupied many of my hours since last Wednesday, and very productively. So with that said, I want to talk about unit costs. So in kind of looking through the report, I understand that the cost estimates for a feeder are essentially consistent with about a 2-mile length of feeder upgrade or replacement or whatnot. And that's based on exactly 2 miles for SDG&E and PG&E, and the costs are similar for SCE, though they're not based on a specific line length. I understand that feeders are often quite a bit longer than 2 miles. You know, they can be 20 miles, or even the majority of them are over 10 miles. Many of them are over 20 miles. Some of them are even longer. And of course, we don't expect that the entire feeder is going to be upgraded every time. In fact, you know, one upgrade couldn't really make that possible. But with a lot of EVs showing up everywhere, it is possible, in my view, that many more than 2 miles would need to be upgraded. So I don't quite understand what the basis for the 2 mile estimate is, and I'm not necessarily convinced that that's. I don't see evidence that that's the right assumption. I'll follow up with a question, I promise, but I have one more thing to say, which is that if the average length ends up being longer, say 4 miles or even 8 miles, costs would be much higher. I don't know exactly, because I don't know the breakdown of feeder to substation costs, but I think it's safe to say that we'd be talking tens of billions of dollars more than the $50 billion shown if that were the case. So getting towards the question, I understand that Kevala is building up the loads from a premises level. So the analysis modeling tool that Kevala built should, in my view, have the capability to analyze the length of each upgrade that's needed by looking at the overloads on a section by section basis rather than at a feeder level. I also understand that the wildfire mitigation plan provides data on conductor information at a section level, although I'm not certain of that. So if that data is an issue, then that would be good to know. So I guess then my real question is, why didn't Kevala look at a section level, try to estimate the actual length of a feeder rather than assuming 2 miles? And why does Kevala have the capability to do this for part 2 of the study? Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, so you're right. And when we do the detailed studies of new infrastructure and solutions, we consider the entire model. For this shot, the idea was to look at the long term. And so we were not going to get necessarily into, would you have to upgrade sections first versus then the substation? We were really trying to look at what the implications of these very large load growth would do at the substation and feeder levels. And so because we didn't have the way we had built this automated method, to determine this first high-level estimate was looking at feeder head and transformer bank, we had to come up with a way of determining a new feeder cost, right? And that's when discussing with the IOUs and then the engineers, based on the numbers that were provided, we said, well, sometimes, as you said, not the entire feeder needs to be upgraded, or a portion of the load would be transferred to a new feeder. There's a lot of things that actually would happen if you do a detail. And so we came up with this assumption of building a new feeder of that length, whether you can reuse some of the primary infrastructure that's there or not. That is to be seen on a case-by-case basis. And that sort of matched the one number that was provided by the other IOU that didn't provide sort of a per mile. And so, yeah, when we do the part 2, we do plan to look at, when we're looking at mitigation strategies and solutions, we do plan to do sort of the detailed approach that you mentioned on what the best redesign could be and what the specifics of the infrastructure would be. But again, we were really trying to look at sort of that 2030, 2035 impact, and so what large infrastructure would have to be built.
Julieta, just to add on that point, I think Amin's questions have all been really excellent. And when we think about part 2, and we're going to get to this later, but we talk about case studies and the ability to get even more focused on a certain area. In your opinion, does that mean it could be more feasible to take the full length of a feeder and account for that for a case study as opposed to at the system level analysis?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I will call on Brian now. Brian, I've requested that you unmute.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, great, thanks. Brian Turner, Advanced Energy United. I wanted to go to kind of the bottom-up approach here, compared to the allocated IPER approach traditionally been used. Did you compare the results from the bottom-up technology adoption model that you were using to an allocated IPER approach in the same time frame?
Just to clarify the question, so you're asking, did we look at what the feeder level analytics would look like versus from an IPER approach versus the bottom up? Is that what
Correct.
Okay, so you can see that in the box whiskers for 2025, where we actually compared the results to the GNA. So there was some comparison there. And then I'll ask Julieta, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, and specifically going out to 2035.
Right, so we don't have, I don't believe we have the feeder level estimates at beyond 2025 for beyond the GNA.
Okay, and then so for the 2025, did you kind of measure the difference, any statistical measures of the difference there?
So I'll answer first, and then, as I said, Julieta should jump in because she did the feeder level. We did look at the feeder level differences and the range of outcomes. Whether Julieta, you want to address specifically looking at a feeder by feeder basis?
I'm not exactly, yeah, I'm not sure I captured exactly the question, but I think so on the bottom up load forecast, Margot and Troy went through some comparisons of what the allocations to the IPER were. It's those, I think, what do you call those? Box charts?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that is there. And
Okay,
go ahead.
The origin of the question is measuring the value of the bottom up and the technology adoption approach versus what we've done traditionally if it were extended to a longer time frame. Do we have evidence of how this approach gives us a different answer?
So Brian, this is Trina, and I think that that part of your question is a little bit of what I touched on in the beginning with the comparison, just the reference to other studies. So I think there have been other studies, and in particular that sort of took a version of the bottom-up approach. The two that I mentioned, one from Berkeley, one from NREL for the LA 100 study, both took a version of a bottom-up approach using, different data sets and looking at different combinations than Cavallo looked at of the distribution infrastructure elements. I think, and so those other comparisons are the ones that we're aware of. I think the near term comparison to the current approaches, either as conveyed through the utilities GNA filings or in the IPER, was in kind of the blue and gray bar chart slide that Julieta discussed that compared Cavala's estimates over the 2025 and 2026 time periods to the utilities.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's all the hands we have for now. So Gabe, do you want to go back to the Q&A?
Sure. I'm going to go to a series of questions from Roger Salas at Southern California Edison. While there are some written responses, I think there's a lot of technical nuance here, and it might be worth just verbally explaining them. So the three questions are, please expand on the assumed hierarchy. Did the study stop at the first level substation, or did it continue all the way to the true interface to transmission? For 4 kV system overloads, was the mitigation more kV circuits and substation, or was it to cover higher voltage levels? And then were the limits 100% thermal capacity, or a planned loading limit, which may not be 100% thermal capacity? So a couple of technical questions. I know there's some written answers, but maybe just giving a little bit more of a explanation for those would be great.
Sure. So yes, on the first question, and this was, I think, had been covered in previous and slides at the beginning. The study did not consider subtransmission and transmission, so we did stop at the distribution substation level, and then on the 4 kV system overloads, again, we took this generic approach to design the system upgrades, right? So we had one feeder, one generic feeder, a size and cost, and that was presented on the tables, and it was the estimate was on a generic 12 kV feeder. So in that sense, you know, the 4 kV systems would not be replaced with 4 kV systems, but it doesn't affect that much in this case, because we were replacing, you know, the options for the new infrastructure was those generic feeder costs and sizes. So I hope that helps. And then on the limits, we used 100%. That feedback was requested in some of the conversations we had with the IOUs in June, and we used 100% of thermal capacity.
I see Roger's hand up, so he may want to expand on this, so I'll call on Roger to unmute.
Go ahead, Roger.
Salas from SC, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in terms of the first question, I think it was related to the fact that we have many substations where I'm going to call it a middle voltage, meaning like it's still fed by distribution systems. For instance, we have a 33 kV line, for instance, that can be feeding a 33 to 4 kV substation that then can go and feed into customers. So if you stopped at the first substation, you would capture the limits on the distribution circuit and on that 33 to 4 kV substation, but you will not have captured the impacts of the remaining distribution system, which is the 33 kV system, all the way to the interface to our subtransmission system. So it seems to me that based on your answer, you basically just stopped at the first transformer, the first substation transformer, but did not continue up to the interface to our subtransmission system. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. Yeah, and then the second question, that the reason is relevant is the 12 kV are likely not comparable. And the reason for that is because in order to alleviate a 4 kV overload, you first have to say expand or create a new 12 kV circuit from a adjacent nearby 12 kV substation source. And then once you have the circuit, then you have to essentially what we refer to as do a cut over all the 4 kV transformers that are overloaded because this increasing load, to be able to essentially reduce the loading on the 4 kV system. By doing that, then you're essentially potentially even tripling the cost of the project, right? Because it's not just a 12 kV circuit, it's a 12 kV circuit plus 4 kV cutovers, which can be substantially costly. And then the third one, again, our thermal limits in many cases we may have conductor that's rated pretty high, but we really limit it to what we refer to as plant loading limit, which accounts for things like duct bank mutual heating and other limitations. And so going to 100% thermal may not necessarily be the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, now to get to some of the earlier questions, I'm going to call upon Tam Hunt. You don't have your hand up, but I saw that there were a number of questions you asked. I'm not sure we got to each and every one of them. So if you would like to re-ask any of them verbally, we invite you to unmute.
Tam Hunt, I'm gonna allow you or request that you can unmute. Hello, Tam. I see you've unmuted, but I don't think we can hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, hello. Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay, now it's working. Okay, great. Yeah, Tam Hunt, Green Power Institute. Yeah, thanks for the presentations. Great draft of the report. Appreciate all the work being done by the commission staff and by Kavala, et cetera. Yeah, quick question from a while ago. Could you elaborate a little more on why mitigations and subtransmission were not included? I'm not questioning, I'm just kind of asking for clarifications on those choices.
Do you want us to take that?
Yeah, that would be great.
Sure. So on the mitigations, I would say that we were trying to first kind of get to a forecast that would allow us to look at sort of the bookends, the implications, starting with the base case and going up to a high case. To address mitigations would also mean trying to think of all the various different permutations of potential mitigations, and they may work well in certain areas, not in others. So, so this is an important point as we start thinking about the part 2 and what we propose to do with part 2, where we start looking at mitigations, but on a case study basis, meaning look at mitigations in certain areas, because what might work in Northern California wouldn't work in Southern California, and so on. So that's one of the reasons is that, we understood that we needed to kind of do a phased approach to this study, first kind of really getting our hands around for the first time doing this type of study, and then getting ourselves set up to do the mitigations. As for subtransmission, I'm going to ask Leah to answer that question. I believe it was a data limitation issue, but I would let her answer that because she knows best.
I've already answered. I mean, at this point, we just considered the distribution, and it involved data that came from a different place, and so we did the same thing for the 3 IOUs to do the comparable study for the distribution only. But it of course can be, as we aggregate down, it can be aggregated up, so we can look at the impacts on subtransmission and transmission of aggregating all of the premise level load.
I'll just jump in here as well, because I think this question it is in a way related to the prior question around sort of aligning out to 2035 Kavala's assumptions, and I think it's important to just remember that the changes in behavior are going to come when we look at all of the different mitigation measures. And as Margot noted, there will be many different types of combinations of those, whether it's rates or technology-based, or programmatic or customer education and outreach-based. And so, and each of those mitigation measures will have a different level of impact depending on the location and the demographics and the geography and so because the behavior of resources to a large degree is going to be affected by how they can or cannot interconnect with the grid, those the DER specific scenarios going out to 2035 really are going to be location specific. And the mitigations that help to manage them will be also very specific.
And I want to add, Julieta, just you can verify what I'm saying. I'm looking at slide 32, and I just want to highlight there's going to be, for part 2, there'll be another push to gather data. And if you look at slide 32, I'm just going to read from it. It says gaps remain. Feeder connectivity to transformer banks and asset ratings. It doesn't say sub-transmission line, but I think there was a connectivity among data sets challenge with some of the data. And to what extent, Julieta, does that was that a limitation to us going to the substation level, sub-transmission level? Sorry.
That was not, so the sub-transmission was not in the scope. So we did not ingest and roll up to that level. And so the gaps that that remain are gaps that we are looking to improve and that are limitations to the study, right? So where feeders cannot be mapped to transformer banks, we just could not do, the evaluation. And those numbers are sort of the missing numbers are reported in the report. And that is something that we really hope to improve for the part 2 study.
To what extent could including sub-transmission, which I believe would be SCE specific, could that create sort of a mismatch in the cost estimate because you don't have the higher voltages to consider for PG&E? Was that part of our thinking on the scope?
That's right. I think we wanted to do sort of a similar approach for the 3 IOUs in this part 1. And
certainly to start.
That's right. It is a start, and that is why yes. Going back to Roger's points, we would love to do a more detailed analysis and more targeted solutioning. I mean, a underground overhead. There's so many differences that can be included in the models, and so it was just a question of what can we do as this first sort of back of the envelope calculation, as we talked about, initial estimate of what the impacts are, and then we can definitely expand on it.
There's still no more hands up from the attendees. So if we want to take more questions from the Q&A.
Great. I'd like to just read one of the questions and the answer because I think it's a good informative question and answer. There was a question from Samuel Golding: was natural gas consumption, usage, data, meter, and premise used to inform forecasted demand growth from fuel switching and the bottom-up grid impact? If not, will this be taken into account into the next iteration of the modeling result? And Kavala did respond that no, The gas consumption data was not available in time for the study, but for part 2, they propose using gas consumption at the premise level to indicate the amount and potential of building electrification adoption at the premise. So I thought that was an interesting answer and sort of a preview of the afternoon. So just as a reminder for folks before they break for lunch, we have a very interesting afternoon for you to come back to at 1:30 to hear about plans for part 2 and also to continue offering your feedback and also asking questions. So do we have any more raised hands? I thought I saw one pop up.
There was a hand up, but it has been lowered. But we
Got
do
it.
have 5 more minutes where we can answer any more questions. I do see a hand up now from
Got a new hand.
Francis.
We have an SIOWG call this afternoon at 1 o'clock, and I think I will cancel it because there's so many people on this call, and so we shouldn't have a conflict. So I'm going to cancel that meeting for this afternoon.
Thank you, Francis. Yes, I should have alerted you to that. So I think it's a good call.
There's one question. We've got everything we needed really just from comments and questions in terms of like the next section of the slide, which was a discussion about EIS Part 1. But there's one question we haven't got a chance to ask, and it's just this one. So what assistance do stakeholders need to complete a full review of EIS Part 1? It's a big document, just came out. Are there any thoughts about what assistance stakeholders might need?
Thank you for bringing that up, Rob. Feel free to raise your hand. We have Sam White here.
Suggestion on that would be to have a shared document of questions and responses from to Kavala as they come up and as people dive further into this, so that they're, rather than having people repeat questions, be able to see the responses in there as we go forward.
That's an interesting idea, Sam. Thanks for that one.
Yeah, thank you. And so we have this chat, not chat, we have the Q&A log, which we could perhaps use as a starting point for that. So thank you for that suggestion.
You can probably structure that in a way where it's easy to for participants to look up questions, different categories related to different topics or sections.
But I know we do have a SharePoint site hosted by our prime contractor Verdant, and that's what I'm imagining might be possible to use, but we'll think about that one.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We've got a couple more hands up here. I'll call on Claire.
So, Claire Broom, I endorse the idea of, having a preserved, transparent, accessible question and answer. I was going to suggest a refinement to that in terms of maintaining what you might call change management. I think there's been some really good suggestions about possible further analyses or sub-analyses. And I know some of those may be captured in phase 2, but again, capturing those ideas as we go through something like today's webinar could also help build toward what can be done with this very rich study and data set.
We'll come back to this question again, assuming we have time for a discussion focused on EIS Part 2 development. I'll ask the question again, and it might be that we need perhaps 2 Q&As, one on EIS Part 1 and one on Planning through Part 2. I'm not sure, but we'll come back to it.
Thank you, Claire. We have 2 more hands up, but we are getting to the end of this section, so I think we'll address these 2, and then we will break for lunch. We'll start with Richard.
Hi, thanks, Tyler. Look, I was just going to respond to Rob's question about suggestions for how we could engage more with Kavala. Perhaps some sort of follow-up session, an hour or 2, maybe in a few weeks, as people are thinking more about their written responses throughout June. Perhaps Kavala could be available for I don't know, some sort of short session, sometime in June to answer specific questions.
Appreciate that suggestion. And we will end with Michael here.
Hear me okay?
Yeah, hi, Michael.
Great. First of all, thank you, Kavala and CPUC, for all the work on this. This is super useful. I'm curious how repeatable this analysis might be. So given that the study is based on sort of assumed levels of electrification, various standards and policy targets, would there be less incremental effort required to rerun this to potentially incorporate future changes in those policies or targets now that the sort of methodology has been established? Or would it still be sort of a similarly heavy lift as it was this time around?
I'm fairly certain that's a twofold answer. It's like there's like some yes and some no to that. I'll turn that over to Trina, Julieta, Margot. Add a little bit of flavor to that, but I'm pretty certain that's the answer.
Yeah, and we can talk about that more this afternoon. I think in terms of the duration of time, I think that the heaviest lift by far in this in part 1 was the data and everything related to it, from starting with, Kavala identifying and issuing like a fairly massive data request. I think that data request was appended to the research plan that was issued last March in 2022. So if you take a look at that, it's pretty broad and deep in terms of data.
We issued it roughly in January, and then kind of finished collecting data sometime late summer. I think that was sort of the time length it took to gather the data. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment. And, I think we got a lot of really good learnings from that in terms of, and I think I won't speak for the utilities, but I suspect that they also did in terms of what they were, what was easy to provide in terms of what was harder to provide. And then there were a lot of discrete data sets, geospatial, socioeconomic, time series data, all of that, as Margot described, needed to be joined, and gaps needed to be filled. Assumptions to fill gaps that couldn't be filled needed to be made. All of those, everything around that data really was the lion's share in terms of just the time to conduct this study. So it is absolutely repeatable. I think you mentioned methodologies, so the only thing I would note there is that, and we'll discuss later this afternoon, Kavala will be proposing to refine a couple of our key DER methodologies with additional data. Margot mentioned the gas data. There's other EV-related data sets that we understand that we will have access to, and in fact already do since we completed our Part 1 study, that we think will be very informative. So repeatable, yes, and we will be updating the methodology and as well as the data sets in order to drill deeper into some of these areas that we talked about early, namely medium and heavy duty vehicle areas, gas loads for building electrification, those kinds of things.
I want to add food for thought before we break for lunch on this topic of what could be the challenges of phase 2. And one of them is simply publicizing the results of the case studies. It's, Kavala has the ability to get all the way down to the parcel level, and privacy issues may come up. And so how do we provide all the results of the data at a hyper granular level in a way that doesn't impact privacy? It's something worth thinking about, is what scale of the map is reasonable, and that's something I think we'll have to figure out with stakeholders before we can really show the full value of what Kavala's platform can offer.
Thank you for all of those responses. I think we are a couple minutes into our lunch time, and I think it's important we get to that. So we will be breaking for an hour and returning at 1:30. I will be ending the recording here, and we'll start the recording again when we come back. Thank you for a good morning. We'll see you back in an hour. Now the recording is back. Welcome back for lunch. And as I said, we will now be jumping into the Electrification Impact Study Part 2 proposal.
Great. Thanks, Tyler. Hello again, everyone. I'm Trina Horner, if you weren't here in the afternoon, Vice President of Professional Advisory Services here at Kavala. And I'll be talking about Kavala's proposals and recommendations, suggestions for how to proceed in part 2. And I think this next section will be a little more interactive as we go through. So now that we've kind of got everyone to the point where we hopefully you have an understanding of sort of what Kavala did and why, and what are some of the learnings and the findings and results of our Part 1 analysis. You can kind of think about how to improve upon that and help us think through some of the specific mitigations to be focused on as we go forward. Before I sort of launch into that, any sort of preliminary comments from Energy Division or the Commissioner's Office? All right, hearing none.
I was just going to see if Commissioner Hauk would like to speak on this, or can wait for the stakeholder comments on this as well.
I think we can wait till the stakeholder comments.
Great. Yeah, I mean, just a lot of people have asked, why not include mitigations in the first report? And I think part of the answer is just that this was a big, challenging report to write. And it was an accomplishment, to get this far. It required a lot of data and a lot of new methods. And, in an ideal, perfect scenario, we maybe would have had all the scenarios in there that we wanted and all the mitigation. But I think it's best to just think of this as a 2-step report. And step 1 is a big step. And step 2 will also be a big step. And there's a lot of value in step 1. It was our first cut, as Commissioner Hauk said this morning. Consider this a preliminary finding, but one that we want to further refine and continue to improve the accuracy of in the second part, but then also bring in the important question of how to mitigate some of these costs. And so, you know, we may see additional costs in the second part, but we also may see additional mitigation, and those can balance each other out. So it's an evolution. So hopefully that helps explain, you know, some of the what may seem as limitations are you know, practical constraints that, you know, we had to contend with. But let's turn it back to Kabbalah for this next presentation.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Gabe. Really important point. Basically, you need a baseline in order to, you know, understand what the mitigations get for you. So it's almost establishing a counterfactual at the beginning, which is what we've done here. So if we dive into this afternoon's slides, so if you were in this morning's session, you may remember that I talked a little bit about most of this slide at the beginning of the workshop. And so this, the part 2 is designed to be sort of that yes and approach to the analysis, meaning that it will incorporate the same components that I talked about at the beginning of today for part 2, the forecasted, identifying forecasted net loads for all 12 million plus premises, identifying capacity needs, identifying the aggregated costs of those, and for those 3 components that are the same, we will be updating that for additional data. Those 3 elements for additional data. We'll be updating our methodologies, as I'll talk about a little bit later, for certain of the DERs, in part to accommodate the additional data so that we can make sure that we maximize the insights that we get from additional data. Then it also expands, part 2 does, with layering in the impacts and mitigations of those identified capacity needs and aggregated costs. So what we anticipate doing is layering in not just what are the aggregated costs, but understanding what are potential revenue requirement, rate, and bill impacts of those costs and additional loads. What are the marginal costs by location? Being as specific as we can as to the asset types and the asset locations and any of their sort of unique characteristics depending on where and for what they're located. We anticipate that these impacts and mitigations will get very granular in terms of the case studies, which is our way of essentially honing in on some of the unique geographies, demographics, and technologies that we talked about in this morning's sessions, to really understand how productive any given mitigation could be for discrete regions across the different service territories of the IOUs. So the impacts and mitigations is the add-on. The forecasted net loads, capacity needs, and aggregated costs will be updating and, you know, sort of version 2.0 of that analysis across all of the 12 million premises, and then layering in addition to that, some of the mitigation measures and discrete customer impacts. So that's sort of a summary of the part 2 analysis that we anticipate doing. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about those refinements to the part 1 work. And it starts with updated assumptions and additional data. We talked a little bit this morning about receiving the gas data in order to better inform our building electrification analyses. We anticipate being able to leverage vehicle registration data that we did not have in the first go around, which we believe will significantly improve our ability to identify not just light duty vehicles, but fleets and light duty vehicles in fleets, as well as medium and heavy duty vehicles, their locations, their behaviors, and we think that can really help to refine the profile, the charging profile of on the EV and EVSE side that we again talked about this morning. So in terms of those are sort of examples of the updated assumptions and additional data that will be that we anticipate leveraging in part 2. In terms of methodology and how we're going to refine that, we anticipate kind of focusing on improving that understanding and visualization of the economic impact of electrification across customer classes and geographies, as well as disadvantaged communities. This is the rate and bill impacts that I talked about on the last slide, and we anticipate being able to drill into that even more in part 2. And as a number of commenters suggested this morning, we agree that that's an important lens into and benefit of the bottom-up approach that we can bring to this part 2 study. In terms of the refinements to our part 1 methodologies, we anticipate really focusing in on updating our baseline load forecast methodology, hopefully with 2022 data, complete data, as well as our building electrification methodologies and our electric vehicle methodologies. This is, after all, an electrification impact study, and so those two sources of electrification are important, we think, to study both individually as well as collectively, building electrification and electric vehicles, and we'll talk about that in a few slides from here. So toward that end, we have focused in our scenarios, right? So if we did the 5 scenarios that Margot talked about this morning in part 1, we would in part 2 develop a set of scenarios that we think are the most likely to reflect a range of impacts on the distribution grid. So really getting into that iterative scenario analysis mindset. And that reflect the DER programs and technologies that are more nascent and that are less understood, which is why we believe our scenarios really should focus on building electrification and electric vehicles. We, beyond the scenarios that we would run for across all 12 million premises, we are proposing to do up to 5 case studies, and these are regional case studies, at least one each across PG&E, Southern California Edison, and SDG&E service territories respectively, to just develop a range of targeted case studies on localized DER adoption, the grid impacts, and different mitigation strategies. We think this will allow us to understand and sort of compare potentially across service territories, potentially across different kinds of geographies, climate zones, the effectiveness of different mitigation strategies. I'll pause there to see if there are any clarifying questions. I'm going to dive into the scenarios and the case studies in the remainder of this session, but I'll pause for any questions or anything that Energy Division you wanted to add.
Rob, is there anything that you want to add?
Oh, no, I was just popping up in case there was a question. Looks like there's one from Howard, but I guess I could add that we do plan on having a facilitated discussion, and I'll be popping back to different slides. There's a slide listing the data that was collected. What other data do we need for part 2 is something we'll talk about after the next break. But I'll turn it back to you, Tyler.
Great. Yeah, we have a hand up from Howard, and I will request that Howard unmute.
Golub. I represent the Port of Long Beach, which is one of the 5 sites mentioned in slide 84. And on behalf of the Port of Long Beach, I would like to suggest that slide 84 does not ask the correct questions for future study. The questions which should be answered, which this should be studied as mitigation measures, are which measures best advance the goals of the state of California on some issue and such issues as greenhouse gas reduction and other environmental protection, the expansion of transportation electrification, the economic health and competitiveness of California, and the preservation of, by the way, of high-paying jobs at the port, and the policy of the state of California stated in Public Utilities Code Section 727, which is not even mentioned in the report or in the slides. Which, by the way, I can see Trina's kind of perplexed. 727 of the Public Utilities Code states in part, it is the policy of the state of California that the use of all waterways, ports, and harbors of this state shall be encouraged. That is a policy of the state, and it's been a long-standing policy of the state. The Port of Long Beach is the 2nd largest port in North America. It's really a huge operation. It's critical to California's health. It supports 600,000 jobs, almost 600,000 jobs in Southern California alone, about 2.5 million jobs nationwide. It's the leader in environment. It's a leader in environmental protection, and the commission has praised its transportation electrification program, but at the same time, the port is under competitive pressures. I think all California ports are. California is not the only place that trans-Pacific shipping can come to. And it is not feasible to simply interrupt service to vessels that come in from distant ports of the Pacific and have to be turned around very promptly. If we do so, if we don't turn them around promptly, we will be bypassed. The state of California recently did a study, the Transportation Authority of the state of California did a study showing that we have been losing, California ports have been losing market share for the last decade due to the expansion of the Panama Canal, which makes the Gulf ports and the Atlantic ports really quite feasible for shippers from across the Pacific, which is really the bulk of what the port gets. I mean, we get some from South America too, but so these competitive pressures suggest to me that you would have a very adverse effect upon the port and upon jobs if you just go ahead with the mitigation measures that you talked about, such as mandatory curtailments. That is not acceptable for a port. I mean, it's not acceptable for a seaport. It's not acceptable, maybe more easily, for an airport. You know, airports, you can see why you can't shut an airport down, but it's really the same for seaports. They have to move the vessels around. And this is a huge job, creation enterprise for the state of California. In any event, for that reason, we really think that the slide 84 needs to be radically changed on the mitigation measures, and we need to address that.
Thank you, Howard. And we do need to get to slide 84, but I think your comments are valid. But let's go back to Trina and move forward, and we might come back to some of those points.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great point. Appreciate you. I can tell. I'm glad you're engaged to jump ahead, but and there's definitely some contextual discussion around that slide that I think will help the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Gabe, you had your hand up as well. Should I proceed?
Yeah, I mean, we appreciate your concerns for the port, and sounds like, you know, your main point is it's a vital economic part of the state, and, you know, mitigating electrification costs shouldn't come at the expense of port operations. But I think letting the team get to that slide first would be one, and then the idea of mitigation, and it's a study, so we want to look at all options to understand, you know, this is like a sandbox exercise, so we're not going to, you know, adopt any policies by publishing a report, but we will do analysis to try to understand what feasible options are there to mitigate costs, and which ones do the job, and which ones, you know, maybe do more harm. But we have to understand it. So it's you know, it's an iterative process. I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that we're about to adopt any kind of harsh policies that negatively impact the port, but we will study mitigation, and I'll let the team, you know, present the approach they want to take, but really appreciate the comments and the sensitivities to that.
Yeah, and Howard, I see your hand up, and I would ask that you please keep it up, and we can get back to you once we've covered a little bit more of this section.
Great. I think we're ready for the next slide. Okay, so just wanted to drill down into the part 2 core elements, and I maybe now's a good time to reiterate that all of this is proposed. These are basically Cavala's proposals and suggestions based on our experience to date so far with part 1, as well as what we understand to be the Commission's goals and objectives in the high DER proceeding. So based on that, what we have proposed, and this is identified much more in the report, is that in this next round, we include a much deeper dive into these case studies that I just mentioned. So, and those are really designed to understand the specific location and timing of distribution grid requirements for select geographic areas. under different assumptions for DER adoptions in those case study regions. And the whole point of that would be to, once we understand those adoption scenarios, to propose changes to distribution planning that can result in a really much more robust and integrated distribution planning framework. So to that end, there are basically two components to the part two. There is the statewide electrification scenarios analysis, which will be basically version 2.0 of what we have described this morning, with an added emphasis on building electrification, right? So as we heard this morning, we did not include any building electrification target scenarios. We didn't calibrate to any of those in our scenarios in part one. We would propose to calibrate to building electrification scenarios in part two. We would keep and update the electric vehicle adoption scenarios to the degree that the state has updated targets for that. And that would also include, as we did in part one, the sort of the granular or bottom-up impact of electrification on the grid, and update the system level cost estimates that we did in part one. The second piece of part two is these case studies that I mentioned. And those are, again, designed to identify the efficacy of and customer responsiveness to non-wires alternatives and various other potential mitigation measures, all of which are up for discussion. And then those two elements would be pulled together into an electrification grid impacts report, similar to the report that Kavala just did for part one. We would do for part two with and that would include, as we have in the part one report, recommendations for future distribution planning process enhancements. So those are the components that we suggest for part two. Next slide, please.
Trina, can I just ask about the case studies? And so you propose up to 5. Is it a fair statement that doing that level of granular analysis that we're planning, like getting hyper granular on a few regional areas, is not something we can just do statewide? That the processing power required to do that level of analysis for every circuit on the grid is just not within the scope of this particular study?
It's not in the scope of this particular engagement. No, it is possible to do. The compute, the compute resources start to add up. But I mean, I think that is ultimately like the whole point of having this sort of very granular and database that has discrete data sets connected, is to be able to do those kinds of geographically specific case studies. Any other clarifying questions? Okay. So if we kind of think about the first of the two parts of part two that I talked about, which is the statewide electrification scenarios. So what are those scenarios? Well, those scenarios, as with part one, they're really designed to sort of create bookends on possible outcomes. And so, as I said earlier, that would be like another run through the full 12 million plus premises for PG&E, Southern California Edison, and SDG&E, Under multiple high building electrification and updated high electric vehicle electrification scenarios, still looking at 2025, 2030, and 2035. Those scenarios, those high electrification scenarios, again, as with part one, would be compared to a reference case that would, in part two, be based on the 2022 Integrated Energy Policy Report. The local reliability case, which we believe is the, essentially is the equivalent, or what the 2024 grid needs assessment will be based on. And then that reference case, against that reference case, these scenarios would identify the range of outcomes and impacts of different combinations of high building electrification and high electric vehicle electrification outcome assumptions that are defined and made public by the California state regulatory agencies. And I mentioned the bookends. So these scenarios are really designed to understand both sort of the isolated impact of building electrification and electric vehicle electrification, and to combine those two outcomes under sort of a sort of optimal case and a business as usual case. So, and those would really be the bookends in terms of the outcomes that'll be studied for high building electrification and high electric vehicle electrification. And the next slide sort of defines those scenarios a little bit more, so we can move there and then we can kind of pause for questions or reflections on this. So, and these are examples, and again, these are Cavala's recommendations based on our understanding of the proceedings goals and what we've learned about studying electrification to date. So on the left of this table here, you see the part one scenarios. That's just a refresher of the 5 scenarios that Margot talked about earlier. And then for the proposed part 2 scenarios, there would be essentially 2 reference cases and 6 alternate scenarios for a total of 8 statewide electrification scenarios that Cavala proposed to study. For each of the 4 categories of scenarios, you see in gray 4 rows there. There's the reference case, a high building electrification adoption case, a high electric vehicle adoption case, and then a combined high BE and EV adoption case. For each of those, there would be these bookends where there is sort of an optimal managed charging profile. So what would happen if we could sort of wave a wand and have consumers charge in a way that puts the least stress on the grid, that results in the smallest peak, essentially. And so that is sort of the scenarios 1, 3, 5, and 7 is that sort of best wave the magic wand scenario.
Should number 3 say optimal? Because I was wondering if that was on purpose or not.
Optimal.
It's gonna be a question for Margot, but I was curious.
Yeah. So number 3 it says managed, and I think it could say optimal. I think we have managed in there just as a recognition that building electrification, like the time to charge, when and where customers charge is somewhat more limited, simply because those resources don't move around. But I think the point is that, 3 as well as 5 and 7 all really like assume that the charging of whatever kind of resource is being used is optimized. The scenarios 2, 4, 6, and 8, by comparison, would be based on more of a business as usual. And maybe perhaps based on historical charging patterns, historical time of use rates. So again, that's sort of like, if nothing were to change, what would happen? And so what we anticipate there is resulting is a suite of different outcomes, again, looking at with the ability to isolate the impact of building electrification from electric vehicle electrification, and then consolidating the two, being able to isolate each of those combinations of assumptions so that we can across the state, and again, these electrification scenarios are statewide, so across the state, that gives us sort of that version 2.0 analysis of what are we looking at, what is the where and the when in the aggregate of what we need to mitigate against. And so I'll pause there for questions or reactions before moving on to the case studies.
Looks like we have a hand up from Amin.
Hi. Yeah. Just kind of a two-part question, or one-part comment, one-part question. So my understanding is that the local reliability scenario in the IPER, which is your reference case, uses the additional achievable transportation electrification scenario 3, which is the high EV adoption case in the IPER. And as I understand it, that case is actually even higher than the CARB scoping plan forecast. So the question then is, where does your high EV adoption scenario come from if the reference is already extremely high? Not to say we shouldn't have a higher one at all, just want to know where it comes from. And then I just kind of wanted to reiterate the point from earlier that it seems like the IPER TOU periods or IPER load profiles should definitely be, in my view, considered. And I'm not quite clear on how combining those with the NREL based load profiles would or would not actually address that. If those are going to then end up being significantly different from the IPER profiles, that would perhaps defeat that purpose. Maybe you can provide a little more clarity there on what those profiles would actually look like.
Do you want to take some of that?
So, firstly, I think it's a good question. Where would we find an alternative if the high case is indeed now the base case when it comes to the 2022 IPER? We'll have to study that and look for alternatives. Sometimes it could be you're still meeting the point, but maybe you're accelerating it, which is what we effectively had with the accelerated DER scenario. I'd say secondly, on the load profiles, we don't know yet. I mean, that's this is still in the proposal stage. We would have to look at what those alternatives are. I think it's important though, as we think about this, to also recognize that not every single customer is going to have the exact same profile. That's one of the reasons why we applied sort of a random sampling technique where we did select We didn't just apply the same exact load profile to every customer. But we definitely should have a conversation about what those are, how they compare, how the IFER might compare to NREL or other sources, as well as what actual data we can use to do that quantification. So the short answer is we don't know what the load profiles will be. We should, and that's certainly something that as we build out the plan for part 2, we should be addressing.
Thank you. We have another hand up from Alok Gupta. Alok, I requested that you unmute.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, hi, this is Alok Gupta, Energy Division. Trina, I was just curious about what we are assuming about the local solar and battery adoption. When I say local, I mean at the distributed level, whether it's behind the meter or in front of the meter. Is that sort of assumed to be fixed and independent of all these scenarios?
So you're saying what in front of the meter battery and PV there might be? Is that the question?
Oh, I will request that you unmute again to clarify.
Yeah, no, I was asking about distributed level solar and storage, regardless of whether they were behind the meter or in front of the meter. My question was more about is that supposed to be a fixed deployment trajectory and independent of all these scenarios?
Right. So I think the short answer is yes, that we wouldn't necessarily be calibrating to like it's sort of a different end game for PV and batteries, regardless of front or behind the meter. But as Margot described, that doesn't mean, Alok, that Kavala won't be looking at those and updating just the DER analysis for PV and batteries in part 2. We will do that just as we did it in part 1 to for every meter that for which we have data, and hopefully we'll have updated program and data to analyze for PV and for batteries in part 2. Anything to add, Marco?
Yeah, so basically we would adjust to any new calibration targets as an example, and we would incorporate existing any interconnections that have occurred from the first study to this study to the updated study would all be incorporated.
So I'm not sure I quite got what Margaret said, but I just to be sure, I was asking the question more in the context of the deployment of PV or storage could react to the adoption of EVs. And so there could be some interaction here. They could play a role in mitigation. So it's in that context I'm asking in terms of analyzing these scenarios.
So in terms of, so I think, look, what you're asking is could, for example, PV or batteries be tested as or considered mitigation measures, analyzed as mitigation measures in the context of the case studies? And the answer is yes. I think you'll see that on subsequent slides.
Thank you. We have another question from Claire here.
So I was going to ask Alok's question, as I think incorporating in front of the meter resources is really important, and I'll look forward to hearing what you're going to do about it. But in fact, the other question relates, and that is, you're operating in a field which is changing really rapidly. And you need to have fixed points for your data collection, but also it is really crucial to not be limited by low historic adoption rates, for example. Here's a specific. As best I can determine, and I've talked to some expert people, just the DG stats page, which is based on interconnections, has between 4 and 5 times as much behind the meter storage in 2021, 2022 as the IPER projects. So the IPER is already out of date on DG storage. And, you know, I'm not saying there's a simple solution to that, but given what we're trying to do, I think, first of all, owning transparency of data and making it easy to find out what we all need to know in terms of what resources are available on the distribution grid. And I'm looking at CEC. I'm not putting this on Rob and Gabe's desk. But I think we all would benefit by having as up-to-date as possible cross-referenced access to what's available on the DG, whether it's behind the meter, whether it's in front of the meter, whether it's in muni territory. I mean, I know we're in IOU, but we're talking California and our ability to meet our climate goals. And I would argue that DG is a DER are an incredibly important part of this. But if we don't even have the data to understand where we are, and if we're working with estimates from the IPER that seriously underestimate behind the meter storage, I mean, I hope they're going to catch up. I hope maybe I'm wrong, but that's pretty striking to have the IPER. And I understand, you know, how complicated this is, but I think it just illustrates the importance of data transparency and the state owning reference data sets. Thank you.
All I can add, Claire, is that we did gather DG stats data and it's address specific, but I don't know to what extent it was applied to part 1. I can only say it's possible to get it and make use of it if that's a direction you want to go.
Yeah, and I think we would agree, Claire. I think what you're describing is essentially like the premise upon which Cavallo is founded, and which is why we believe that a bottom-up approach is really helpful, because the grid is changing at the customer specific level. The behaviors, the technologies adopted, how those technologies are used, how they're used within each other, how batteries, for example, are leveraged across customers who have solar installed. It's changing almost on a daily basis, and so it's important to not use averages or historicals. I think we would agree, which is exactly why we have recommended case studies where we can sort of drill into the very dynamic behaviors and technologies on a much more granular level, and to provide that transparency into those results. So maybe now is a good time to transition to the case studies, which I think is the next slide. Okay, yes. And I'll just to give a quick overview. So this is the second of the two part 2 component. And a case study is a regional deep dive into potential mitigation measures against, and it would be tested against those results of the statewide electrification scenarios from part 2 that I just finished describing. And so again, these case studies would really, the purpose is to understand and identify, you know, how well a particular set of mitigation measures or potential mitigations measures might perform. And so in this context, a mitigation measure is really any sort of technology, a program, a rate design, or any other sort of non-wires alternative solution that could mitigate the expected grid impacts and their associated costs, their associated economic impacts of any given electrification scenario. And as I said earlier, that might be different depending on the region. This mitigation measure would also include their respective associated costs, just in order to help facilitate at least a directional understanding of the economic and service level impacts. And I think I saw a question pop up in the Q&A around how the economic impact is you know, not as prevalent in part 1, and you know, there is that high level estimate that Cabal has come up with, but the question was absolutely right, and that is why in round 2 we propose, we understand the need to really drill into the economic impacts across different geographies and customer demographics. So there are some examples of case study mitigation measures that we've listed at the bottom of this slide, really just purely by way of illustration. At this point, Cavala does have a list of, well, we have proposed scenarios that I talked about on the prior slides for the statewide electrification scenarios, the 8 scenarios. Those are Cavala's proposed scenarios. For case studies, we recognize that that is actually a much broader universe and really needs to be informed by stakeholder input. So the ones that we have listed here at the bottom of the slide are really just listed by, just so people can sort of understand what we're talking about. So, you know, for example, how would the following mitigation measures perform in Fresno versus Oakland? Mandatory demand response, a utility battery share program, managed charging by location for MDVs or HDVs. Those are just simply examples to illustrate the kinds of mitigation measures that we think could be applied. There are undoubtedly others, and I think this is what Rob wants to have a conversation around with stakeholders today and going forward. I think there's maybe just one more, and I can wrap up and kind of take some questions. And I think the next slide kind of gets to Howard's original point. So if you skip to the next slide, please, Julieta. So again, Cavala has listed some possible case study locations and design, really, again, by way purely of illustration. And the ones that are, the 5 that are listed here, City of Fresno, City of Oakland, Port of Long Beach, the North Coast, the City or County of San Diego, are really, these 5 happen to sort of span the gamut across different and diverse geographies, climate zones, demographics like rural versus urban, socioeconomic factors. These 5 have the benefit of at least one of them appearing in each of the three investor-owned utilities service territories. But these are not necessarily Cavala's, official proposed case study locations. They really are just here by way of potential example, and a way of helping people understand that our criteria for what we would recommend for the case studies is that it really should capture these diverse factors. Similarly, the mitigation measures that are listed on this slide are purely by way of example, just sort of to get thoughts and ideas floating around what are the potential mitigation measures that could be studied for each of the 5 case studies. And I will say, like, some of them could and perhaps should be, really only relevant to maybe one of the case studies, whereas, another mitigation or set of mitigations could or should be applied to more than one of the regional case studies, so that you can understand how they differ across different demographics or climates. And so, Howard, to your point, these are really just illustrative. These are not proposals, or this is not a done deal, and it far from it. I think that's the end.
Go ahead.
Well, I might be done and ready to turn the mic over to you, Rob.
Leave it on this page, I was thinking, but I'm not sure who I cut off. Maybe no one, but there's a question about, would you have different case studies for each mitigation measure, or would you have, how do you imagine managing the variables and testing specific variables? And I was trying to get my head around this. You say you have 8 scenarios system-wide, and then I was thinking of almost like an org chart, where you have then a whole bunch of other scenarios with specific variables you're toggling, and that's where the case studies fit in. But maybe you could talk us through a little bit more how this might work in practice.
So I will certainly start, and then Margot, I would ask Margot, Julieta, Troy to layer in. I think at the end of the day, the objective of the case studies is to really understand how to mitigate the grid impacts of electrification in that case study area, full stop. And so if the objectives of, if that's the objective, if you would agree that that's the objective, then I think, as Howard mentioned earlier, like, there may not be, a mitigation measure that is relevant or applicable to a given location. So I think this is why Cavala really, I think at this point, needs the guidance from the commission and its stakeholders in terms of what are the regional and localized mitigation measures that would be appropriate to study for each of those locations, and not to sort of like force analyze a particular mitigation where it really is not appropriate.
Yeah, and I'll add that one of the things that is sort of being highlighted here, goes back to the foundational question we've been getting earlier, which is, why did you do a study without mitigation? Well, you do a study without mitigation to understand what the alternative is, and therefore can assess whether or not these mitigations are in fact effective and cost from both a implementation and impact on the grid, but the cost. So you have a baseline of which you compare mitigations to, And so, as we think about that, then you start to look at the various different scenarios of what can I do? Can I, do I use rate design here, or do I use other technologies? Do I have different delivery mechanisms? Do I make things mandatory versus opt-in? All of these things are the types of things that you think about as you think about alternatives. And yeah, Rob, it can be kind of a toggling thing where it's like, well, if I do X, I can get Y savings, and then if I do Z, I can get A savings, and so on. And some of those can be additive. So the process, though, really has to get back to thinking about what the mitigation options are, how you would implement them, what would be the cost of them. We can't just say, oh, let's just do this and then and say it's going to save us all the money that because we don't have to invest in grid infrastructure. Well, is the cost of doing those things more expensive than the grid infrastructure to begin with? So those are the types of things that have to be addressed as you look at these mitigations. It can't be just done on a KW basis, as an example.
Thank you for those responses. It is now 2:30 and it is time for us to take a 10-minute break. I know we have a lot of questions in the Q&A and some hands up, and I appreciate the patience on that, but we'll have 40 minutes in the next session to discuss part 2. Thank you very much, and we'll come back at 2:40. Hello all, it's 2:40. Welcome back from the 10-minute break. This next section here will be the stakeholders discussion on EIS Part 2. Rob, I know this is your section, but we do still have 2 hands up from the previous section. Do we want to take those?
Yeah, let's take the questions. Maybe let's start with Howard and see if he has a follow-up on slide 84.
Perfect, yeah. Howard did request his opportunity to comment, so Howard, I will request for you to unmute.
Thank you. Yes, first I want to make clear, I think the Cavallo study to date has been valuable and has really helped us. I mean, slide 53 and the study behind it is a wake-up call. We have an issue. So, and the Port of Long Beach is very, very concerned about adequate electricity to supply itself because it has gone down the path of transportation electrification. It has committed, for instance, to 0 emissions from marine terminal equipment by 2030. And this is we're very, very dependent on electricity, and we will be even more so. So this study is great. Now, that having said, I think the mitigation measures that are being discussed are entirely wrong. They're not even really the right thing to discuss. Let's start with Section 451 of the Public Utilities Code. It's the most basic provision, I think, that we all are aware of. It says basically every public utility shall furnish and maintain service as is, quotes, necessary to promote the safety, health, comfort, and convenience of its patrons, employees, and the public. What's the point of that quote? The point is it's the utility that has a duty to serve. The customers don't have a duty to serve the utility. When we talk about optimizing utility operations, that's a mistaken premise. So the study, if we're going to study mitigation at all, if the commission wishes to spend the money to study mitigation measures, have a consultant study this, it should be based on policies and laws of the state of California, such as, Public Utilities Code Section 451 or 7, mentioned 727 earlier, but also the greenhouse gas reduction. That's obviously an objective of the state, and a related objective of the state is transportation electrification. Those are the things that we should be focusing on, ways to do that, and not talking about how we can basically become subordinates to the utilities. What we're talking about, all those measures that they're talking about there, and on slide 82, I think it was, are basically irrational.
Go to slide 84. Would that be okay?
Yeah, can we move back?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about ways that customers can conform to utility needs, not ways that the utilities can serve the public. That's what this is. This to me is kind of upside down, and this is not a criticism of the study that have already been done, but it is suggesting very strongly that this is not what we should be studying even as objectives. I mean, when I think actively managing or active managing charging probably means rationing. But that's good. I mean, aside from the fact it would be catastrophic, that's not the statute.
Howard, thank you for your comments. Really do appreciate it. I hope you'll take the opportunity to put your comments in writing, as with all other parties to the proceeding, because that'll be helpful for us as we compile the comments. It'll go into what the final scope of Part 2 is.
Gabriel,
and
I'm not
just
sure
to let you know, managed charging is not rationing. It's actually a voluntary process where a customer can see a price signal that can provide them an opportunity to choose when they want to charge and not charge, and be financially rewarded for that choice. It's not a, we're going to cut you off kind of thing.
Gabriel, are you, I'm sorry, I don't know. Are you an employee of the Public Utilities Commission or of Cavella?
Oh, I'm the supervisor for grid planning and
Tyler and I
oversee the study.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Gabriel, I don't think, I heard what you said. I know that. And I mean, I hope you understand that I worked at PG&E for 22 years or so. So, I mean, I understand the logic of what you said, but everything that is discussed on mitigation measures are not about serving the customer. They are coercive devices. You can say that there's a reward, but the reality is everyone wants to just charge when they want to. I realize that we have to have some restrictions, but the whole logic of this mitigation measures is wrong. It should be about serving the customer in accordance with Section 451 of the Public Utilities Code. That's my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. I think these are fascinating comments. They're making me think about it. So thank you very much for providing them. But Tyler, I think let's move on. I see a couple more hands.
Before we move on, I just want to remind everyone that these are just proposals. We are taking, as staff, Dave and Rob have noted a couple of times, and so has Cavallo, we're taking comments both in the proceeding from parties, hearing from people today. So there's nothing set in stone yet at this point. So as Gabe said, we strongly encourage you to file comments on the report. The IOUs are going to be filing comments and answering specific questions, and we're going to be taking party comments on their responses as well. So I just want to remind folks of that as we're moving forward with the discussion.
Right, comments, the first set of comments are due on Monday. So just 5 days from now, and an opportunity to comment right there.
Rob, were you saying you want to move on to some more hands?
Yeah, how about Brad?
I think Mark has had his hand up for longer, so I'll go with Mark.
Okay.
Joseph for the Coalition of California Utility Employees, and I very much appreciate the enormous amount of work that's gone into this study and look forward to more results. And I'm wondering, you started out by quantifying how much money is potentially at stake to get us to where we need to be by 2035. And I'm wondering if you plan to or will, or maybe even have, and I haven't seen it, also quantify the number and types of the various pieces of equipment which are going to have to be replaced between now and 2035. For example, it makes a difference whether we're talking about 10% of the service transformers or 75% of the service transformers. Equipment has to be ordered and delivered and installed. And if we're talking, very large percentages of existing equipment which has to be replaced, we're going to need to have intentional programs to be able to get this done and get it done on time. So my question is, can you, I think the answer is yes, because of the granularity of your study, but can you and will you quantify by equipment type for each IOU how much work we have ahead of us?
To help, thank you for that comment. And Julieta, would you mind going to slide 61, or maybe you think of there's a better slide. That's the pyramid slide. But I think this is a good question for you.
Yeah, well, I understood him more as a comment, and it is part of, I think, what we are trying to have the discussion around, right? How fast do we need to move, and what is feasible to do to build the infrastructure, and are there solutions that need to be thought of to be able to still serve the load while all of the planned infrastructure is in place. So, and one of the big things that we have not considered in the study is the inventory. I think one of the Callaway study, I think, alluded to this. You know, it's not just the cost, is the number of projects. So the workforce and the inventory to be able to implement all of this is a big concern too.
So I mentioned the pyramid slide only because, you know, it shows we've quantified to make the cost estimate. You know, there's 1.5 million service transformers or 8,000 feeders. So if there's a question there, it's can it be the number of pieces of equipment be quantified? I mean, I think an estimate can be made at least. Is that true?
Oh yes, I mean the study has an estimate. That is totally right. I'm not going back to that slide because the slides have that slide actually has the total number of assets. It is true that I didn't include in this slide set of those total numbers the percentage of those that we estimated to be replaced by 2030 or 2035. But that information is an output of the study.
That's great. And if we could highlight that in an easily accessible way, I would be highly appreciative.
I mean, I guess he's saying what page in the study should you look at? And maybe we can get back to him on that.
Okay, if it's already there, that's great. You know, it wasn't in the slides and I didn't see it when I read it, but if it's already there, that's great. If you could just point us to the right place, that'll do it.
Thank you, Mark.
We have another hand from Brad.
Storage Association. Thanks for all this presentation and the study. I have a comment about locations and a comment about mitigation measures. On locations, I'm glad to see the city of Oakland there. It occurs to me that it will be important to have a location that is severely transmission constrained. And I know that this is a distribution system study, but there's going to be overlap with findings that are valuable in transmission planning as well. So Oakland probably fits that, and places in the LA basin where it's going to be really hard to bring new transmission and power from faraway sources. As we increase load in those areas, there's huge challenges there. So findings about the potential of these programs to reduce the need for new power generation and transmission, on the reduced strain on the distribution system will probably also inform transmission considerations. So Oakland probably fits that bill, but hopefully we can keep one location on the list with that type of consideration. The other, on the mitigation measures, I don't know exactly what you mean by the utility battery share program, but I think it's really important to do something related very directly and specifically to battery exports. And one lens that this fits into in my mind is what can really be done at scale. And the two things that pop to the top of the list for me there is managed charging and battery dispatch. And you know, batteries are starting to get on their feet, but they're really still nascent, but expected to grow a lot. And we have been really hampered by the inability to export to the grid. And it's painful when the state needs power and we have stored power and we can't give it to anybody. So the ELRP now allows exports from batteries. So that's the first step, and is happening, and you know, small but working. But to think about it at scale, 2030, 2035, how many batteries are going to be out there? And if there's an event-based dispatch program that's voluntary for customers, it's really important to know what the potential of that is for distribution system savings. And you know, demand response is on the list here. I think we just sort of need to reinvent that a little bit, come up with a new term that's not just demand reduction and load shedding. But it's an event-based program, day-ahead dispatch order, day-ahead order to either reduce load or export from a battery. A voluntary program that customers can opt into, but has the appropriate compensation. And then how you measure both the customer response and the increased customer adoption that would come from having this revenue stream is something that you'd have to think hard about how to measure that. But you know, those impacts are there, and hopefully we can see that in this phase 2.
Good points, Brad. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Rob, we've got more questions in the chat that need to be addressed, but I want to check in with you how you want to proceed here.
Oh, you mean in the Q&A?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Let's say, I think unless Commissioner Houck has a preference, I was imagining we would go to the next section. And the point of a facilitated discussion coming next would be to help prepare stakeholders for comments which are due on Monday on a specific set of topics related to distribution planning improvement for meeting the electrification loads that we expect to come. And then comments due in June on specifically on the EIS and EIS Part 2. We want to make sure stakeholders have, get some good information to help them make their comments. So I was planning to go through those questions and pause and see where discussion goes. But if Commissioner, you'd like, we could also go through a few more of the QA questions.
Why don't you go through your discussion as you described? I know we're also going to be keeping all of these questions. There's a lot of really good questions, and this has been a really good discussion. But I want to make sure you've got time to talk about the comments and what we're going to be looking for there too. So I'd go ahead with your proposal, Rob.
Okay. So Julieta, if you could move forward to slide 88. So I'll slowly go through each of these questions and pause, and may ask a few follow-up questions to spur comments, or if folks are having trouble thinking of what comment to make. So if you go to the next slide, Julieta, I'll just go ahead and read through the first question and see where it goes. So how should the approach and information used in the Part 1 study be updated for developing and improving the methodology, analysis, and scenarios for the Part 2 study? So think back to all the conversation that's come up today, and what would be some important things to update and improve on for Part 2? I guess I'm looking more for raised. Oh, I see a raised hand from Sky. I was hoping for some raised hands. So go ahead, Sky.
Hi. Yeah, this is Bill Peter with PG&E. Yeah, so a couple things. I thought that the focus on doing building electrification, that part of the update would be really helpful. Really excited to see that. On the EV side, also good to see the updates on that. I didn't see it explicitly listed, but the medium duty, heavy duty work and what's coming out of the FIP freight infrastructure program. I imagine that would be something you'd want to incorporate, and maybe that's the plan. I just didn't see it on the slide. So that would be another area. And then one idea I didn't see on there was, and maybe you're planning on doing it, is more of like a comparison with, maybe the first study, the Part 1 study, maybe with the actuals that we see. You'll have more data from the last year, as well as like what our plan is showing. And so a kind of a validation / comparison step with that part of the report would be really valuable. So those were just some initial thoughts.
So when you say comparison to actuals, you mean like projects identified in the annual grid needs assessment and distribution deferral opportunity report?
No, I was thinking more in terms of the forecasting. So you'll have actual data for a year, for example, and you could see how the forecast is lining up with the actual data. Assuming you pull that data to make your next study, you could at least get some insight into how the forecasting is going.
You think comparisons to this year's GNA DDOR filings and project information and costs could be valuable?
Yes. So yes, both. Yeah. So both. Comparison. Looking at specific projects, see what they came up with, and versus what we have in terms of projects and needs. So that type of anything that you think is relevant, but like that kind of comparisons with more actual measurements in the field, and then also actual projects that have been identified. So yeah, both.
We'll have to work through the unfunded and funded projects. Just pointing you to the comment from PG&E about the projects information that will be filed this year, and it may not include all the projects. That's just as reported in your filing from April, I think it was 10th. So, thank you for those comments. Do we have any other hands?
Yeah, we've got another hand from Claire.
Hi, thanks for the questions. And I wanted to pull together some of the discussion from earlier and strongly urge the Part 2 study to update the assumptions about EV charging informed by, I think, the motor vehicle registration data would be great, which is what PG&E uses to qualify for the EV rate. I really think the assumption that EV will operate on a time of use rate is a real problem for the accuracy of your projections. So my sense is from the Kavala discussion of Part 2 that you get that, but I just wanted to underline it because I think it's a major factor. We don't even have to get to V2G to do V1G a lot better.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you for those comments. I was going to ask about other data sets that might be of interest, and you went there. Thank you very much.
I'll call now on Roger from SCE.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I mean, just based on earlier discussion, we should work with Alice and Kavala to align their assumptions on several technical areas to ensure that these studies reflect, the most reality possible.
Could you elaborate a little bit, Roger? Or did we already lose him? Okay.
Yes, but Roger, if you put your hand back up, I can call on you again. Great.
Yeah, yes, of course. Earlier, I pointed out a minimum 3 areas where I thought the study, was deficient in terms of, where it was limited to. So it would be good to make those corrections in the second phase. A minimum of those 3 and possibly more.
Ask you a question, Roger. In terms of next steps in developing the scope for Part 2, what would be most helpful, do you think, for stakeholders to comment on how the scope, what should be in the scope for Part 2, and how it should be developed?
Yeah, I mean, again, for me, it'll be more again making sure that the studies are are reflective of how we do system planning, at least to the level of studies that we do. For instance, the limitations of circuits, the hierarchy of systems, and so on, right? So I think the data collection and the bottom-up approach works probably okay, but we should make sure that it's applied correctly to the system itself.
Do you think SCE is planning or would be willing to make comments that are detailed enough that we could make sure those specifics are incorporated, or how would we go about getting very specific feedback like that from SCE?
I think we could do that, or it'd be simply potentially could be more of a working session where our colleagues at Kavala would work just as well.
Thank you for those suggestions, Roger.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have a hand up from Dr. Leah Garland.
conservation. I'm sorry, as far as energy and efficiency, would you take into account the UCLA Energy Atlas that found that it found lots of energy waste, including in 2016, they found that 4% of buildings in Los Angeles use 50% of all the energy. So obviously efficiency could be a lot better. And since then, they mapped all of LA County, the Energy Atlas. Thanks.
We think a case study that might capture some of what was mapped in the atlas could be valuable. So that's a good comment. I guess I'm not seeing any other hands. Maybe we could move on to the next question. It's the next slide. The Part 1 study proposes developing scenarios focused on building electrification and electric vehicle adoption for the Part 2 study. And we can go back to that slide in a moment that shows the proposal for scenarios. Question is, what other scenarios, if any, should be considered? And how should the scenarios be designed for Part 2? Maybe, Julieta, could you go back to slide 82? So what other comments do we have about the scenario design proposal made by Kavala today, or what clarifying questions might there be before we get to receive comments? And I see a couple of hands, so I'll turn it to you, Tyler.
Yeah, I saw Robert Perry's hand up first, so I'll request Robert unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi. Yeah, Robert Perry, Synergistic Solutions. With regard to scenarios in transportation electrification, which is one of the big driving forces behind all of this, I think it's important to acknowledge the fact that all transportation infrastructure, and especially electrified transportation infrastructure, is critical infrastructure that will require some minimal level of resilience that can only be delivered by co-location of distributed capacity. And I think it's important when you're looking at scenarios and you're talking about how many, how many EV charging stations are going to be deployed. It has to be done within the context that a certain number, where it's 1 out of every 4, or whatever, that deployment will create that level which is immune from grid disruption. The public really needs to have assurances that they're under any circumstances, there will be places where they can charge their car. And one of the most obvious places would be in the commercial industrial section, because you have those big warehouses, you have those big parking lots, you have the ability to host that kind of capacity. So I think it's really essential to recognize that and plan for that accordingly, that EV charging will require some de minimis level of resilient energy via distributed capacity. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Rob. I was immediately starting to think about the case studies and choosing an area that has industrial zoning, like you're saying, and toggling some various options for types of DERs that might be there, be it battery storage, for example, or perhaps you mean just traditional infrastructure. I'm not sure, but thank you for the comment.
Yeah, and there's an equity component in that disadvantaged communities are typically located adjacent to large commercial industrial centers. So, I mean, that's an opportunity to take what's traditionally been considered a bug and turn it into a feature.
Good point. I think with our limited compute, it'll be important to select case studies that give us a nice range of demographics for our study.
Certainly. Thank you for that comment. I did see some comments that I think address this second question that we're going over on scenarios right now from Stephen Moss. So I would invite you to raise your hand and maybe discuss some of those. But for now, we have Claire's hand up again.
So I would suggest that building on the previous comment, scenarios which optimize energy efficiency might be particularly important to look at. Because as we know, the cheapest electricity is electricity that doesn't get used at all. More broadly, I appreciate that this is a bottoms-up analysis, but also you've allocated adoption by CARB or California policy standards. And I would suggest that if you want to have a magic wand scenario, one scenario should basically look beyond just sort of mitigating standard build plans and look at what DERs could accomplish for California policy goals. If you removed, if you created the ideal case study, which did not include the constraints on effective in front of the meter resources. And I'm specifically referring to the transmission access charge, which undercuts the economic case for in front of the meter resources on the distribution grid. And having, a sense of how, and what the point Brad mentioned about alleviating investments in transmission. And I know that's beyond the scope of what you've asked Kavala, but when you talk about what are driving costs for California ratepayers, the growth in transmission spending is right up there with the growth in distribution infrastructure. So I would really like to see this study push a scenario which recognized the full potential benefits of DER if I was given the magic wand. Thank you.
That's a great point, Claire. And I just want to point you and others to one of the questions issued by ruling where comments are due on Monday. And one of the questions issued in that ruling is for this proceeding, how should the scope and cost of transmission and sub-transmission upgrades be considered in utility distribution planning processes? So I think that's very relevant. And then the next step would be what could be done in the Kavala study to make use of that type of data.
Thank you, Claire. I'll call on Stephen. Thank you for raising your hand.
I'm Stephen Moss. I'm representing the Local Government Sustainable Energy Coalition. As you can see in my comments, I think there's a lack of dynamism in these scenarios and in general in the base case. I don't blame Kavala. They're taking what they can see and they're compiling it in a very apt way. The problem is what they can't see, which is going to be widespread responses to increasingly high utility rates and chronic reliability problems, which is going to drive DERs and other institutional changes, which is going to be which will be completely missed by this study unless it's explicitly incorporated. And the geographic scenario approach, which is of course sensible, will not capture these things. So I guess what I'm recommending is that, and I don't know that even Kavala may not even have the capacity to do this because this is more appending an economic and dynamic analysis on top of what is essentially a data-driven exercise. But to the extent they can look at likely responses to what will happen in the real world, both institutionally and by consumers, to what it looks to be a world that's evolving quickly towards expensive electrification. If we don't do that, we're going to be looking in the wrong direction. And in the meantime, people will be doing other things that will not be part of this study.
Well, I know we still have Kavala on the line, and I just want to make a distinction between the scenarios, which will be run at a system level, kind of like where it was done in part one, and the case studies, which would be the geographically focused areas. And I think you're making a point about assumptions about customer behavior. And I think that is on the table and in the capacity of Kavala to consider and model. Is there anything to add from Kavala's team?
No, I think from a case study perspective, you're right, Rob. That is something that, trying to come up with an estimation of how customer behavior may change because of the changing landscape and price signals that customers are getting is certainly something that we could examine as part of a case study. It's hard to do on a system level just because it's such a large service territory, and it's hard to, it's newer service territory, so it's really hard to kind of think about how you would wrap that into it without using generic econometric estimates of price elasticity. So I would say, yeah, we could look at it as, we could think about incorporating that into the plan and seeing if there's impacts. I'll note that it's not preordained that prices will go up as a result of the electrification because of the significant magnitude of increase in energy and demand use as a result of electrification that can have an offsetting impact on the costs associated with electrification.
But while I've got you, Margot, and thanks for supporting that answer, there was a question in the chat about, why are we limiting to 5 scenarios? It seems like with the state this diverse, different types of communities, all these different regions and demographics, it seems like, why not 10? And as I was thinking about it, is it possible to use smaller geographic areas and do a larger number? Or is it really, is the limit of 5 hard and fast? And you may not have thought it all the way through, but I can see this comment coming back to us in writing, and I was hoping to get ahead of it a little bit.
Yeah, well, just like our grid, everything is constrained. And so how we can conduct the time and that it puts together to put together a scenario, I would lean away from smaller case studies because the smaller you get, sort of the less visibility you have into sort of what a distribution of impacts could be. The larger the population, the larger the group that you can look at, but still consider kind of the locational aspects. Will give you some better insights on the diversity of how the mitigations and impacts can cut across various different customers. As Trina already pointed out, our customer groups are becoming more and more heterogeneous. So as we think about that, and you need to make sure that you're capturing locations that are large enough to at least address those issues. So there's a balancing act. And like I said, there's time and resource constraints as well to how many scenarios you develop and how you vet those and so on. So we set 5 as what we thought would be a reasonable number. This is something certainly that we can discuss as we think about what the part 2 study will actually encompass.
Thank you, Margot. And Stephen.
We have another hand up here, and I will note that we are running up against the end of this time for this section, but we do have a lot of great conversation going on here, so I would maybe encourage, to the extent that people have the ability to stay on, continuing the discussion. But for now, I'll call on Andrea, who has their hand up. Andrea, I've requested that you unmute.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you for putting this together. It's been really informative. And I do have a question. I do want to echo, first of all, the previous speaker who said that, in terms of efficiency, the cheapest kilowatt is the one we don't have to produce. Now, I do want to know if you are planning on applying some of the recent policy that was passed, especially last year, in terms of water policy. Currently, 19% of all the electricity produced in the state goes towards water-related applications, such as treating, transporting, pumping, and treating the water. And they codify efficiency in terms of water. Right now, we are consuming around 83 gallons per person per day in California. And they codified so that by 2030, that number will go down to 42 gallons per person per day. So that's a huge reduction in water consumption. So it's very likely that 19% of all electricity used to move water will go down with it. So that means that all that infrastructure in terms of electricity won't have to be rebuilt. So I think that should also be taken into account in terms of demand for the load. And that's
not aware of that, but thank you for, you say 19%?
Yeah, 19% of, and I can send you a document that has all the sources, but basically 19% of all California electricity and 30% of all the gas. Last year, the bill was SB 1157 by Hertzberg. And so basically it calls for 42 gallons per person per day. And that burden falls on the water agencies, not on the consumer. So they have to implement efficiency. And that's a big chunk of electricity.
Yeah, that's a great comment. I'm wondering if the Kavala team would like to comment. I mean, we've heard several comments kind of in the theme of, you know, looking at deeper scenarios, assumptions, and my sense is that just like the study, you know, has a timing issue, and it's based on adopted California policy. We're trying to paint a picture of the expected cost of electrification, you know, based on what policies are currently adopted into law at the time of the study, and not necessarily looking at, you know, assumptions that are not reflected in policy. So for example, with building electrification, the Air Resources Board had not yet adopted some more aggressive policy in that area at the time the study was produced. But now that's going to be incorporated. So it's not that we're not interested in these, you know, deeper scenarios and policy scenarios. It's just that we're trying to give a realistic picture based on what's already in policy. But I'd like to just, you know, confirm that with Kavala, if that's kind of the approach you've been taking, and see if you have any comments on this sort of general theme that we've been hearing feedback on.
Yeah, I think that's right, Gabe. The issue is that we are not trying to create a forecast for the state. We're using the forecast that the state or other agencies within the state have endorsed to see what the implications of that are. You know, to the extent that changes in water use are affecting electricity and gas use, that would presumably be reflected in things like the IPER forecast. So, you know, that would be something that would have to be examined, certainly for that particular scenario. So I do think that, you know, it's important for us to make sure that all of these pieces are coming together. It speaks really more and more to the full integrated approach to forecasting and analyzing these things. But at this point, you know, we need to deal with the forecast that we have, because we don't really necessarily look at the implications. Now, to the extent that a customer might convert from gas to electricity and the water, you know, the water usage moves, the implications of what is moving from electrification from gas to water is something that we would consider as well, because we want to make sure that we're reflecting how much load ends up on the electricity side as a result of a customer converting from gas to electricity. And that is a part where something like that would come into play.
Great, thank you.
I think, Tyler, since we've got 5 minutes left, and I'm trying to think how best to manage our time, we've got a few slides to go. 2 of them are really scheduling slides. When are comments due? When did a ruling come out? One of them is really about a staff proposal. And all of the questions that have come out in the rulings, the comments that are due on Monday, comments that are due in June about the Kavala study, they will all lead back to the development of a staff proposal. So maybe skip ahead, Julieta, to slide 95, or just go to slide 94. We'll kind of quickly go through the schedule and then spend a little time on the staff proposal. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So there have been several rulings that have come out recently. One of them has already had responses to it. That was on April 10th. The utilities filed responses to comments about distribution planning, improvements in preparedness. There's a whole bunch of topics to be commented on on Monday, and there'll be reply comments after that. And then another series of comments on this study and planning for part 2, which will be due in June. That ruling just came out in May 9th for those who found the study, which that is an attachment to that ruling. As I said, it's all leading up to the development of staff proposal. Eventually, a staff proposal will be issued by ruling formally. There'll be a workshop, comment period, and that would lead to a proposed decision, which would close track 1, phase 1. Next slide. So what might be in this staff proposal? So if you look through the questions leading to comments from Monday, they cover a lot of these topics. You know, should integrating longer planning horizons, so going from 5 years to 10 or 15 years, maybe even 20 years into distribution planning, should that occur? Should multiple demand scenarios be included? When I think about demand scenarios, I'm thinking about adding some certainty to a forecast that goes beyond 5 years. So if at a basic level, if you have a low, mid, and high, and a project is needed in all those cases, then there's some more certainty added. So one of the reasons for doing a demand scenario or a series of them. So that's something we're thinking about for a staff proposal, and look forward to your comments on those. We also want to know, we expect to propose a cost recovery mechanism of some kind for electrification related investments and addressing near-term capacity constraints. What that cost recovery mechanism should be like, we'd like to hear more about from you. For example, should it be some kind of a balancing account? How would it relate to the general rate cases? And then the next topic, improving alignment of the annual distribution planning processes with rate cases, which are every 4 years, and also aligning with the IPER more clearly. It's something we may be able to make a proposal for in the staff proposal. And lastly, I'll just mention updating the integrated capacity analysis data. It didn't come up at all today, but that's also a piece of the staff proposal. Part of track 1, phase 1 is how to improve those data portals, which already exist, that host distribution lines and show what capacity is available on them. So that's, in a nutshell, some of the things we're planning for the staff proposal and looking for comments on how to scope that staff proposal. And next slide. This just lists the due dates, and specifically, and those links do work to the rulings. And I think with the last minute we have, is there anything else? Are there any parting thoughts that someone would like to add and take this last minute of the workshop?
So Rob, I just want to make clear, I don't think it was on your slide, but I don't think you said it, the planning for local engagement. I think it's really important that we incorporate local engagement and outreach to make sure capacity is being addressed where it's needed as we're looking at these studies. And again, want to reiterate that we're taking comments from all of the parties and looking at what the next steps are. And I know that the utilities need to be very much involved, and so we'll be looking really closely at their comments and the stakeholders' comments in response to those comments. And it's going to be important that we find ways that make all of this work as we're moving forward with our electrification goals. And they're going to have to include local governments, stakeholders, And customers are going to have to be more involved with what we're doing as we're looking at DERs and electrification. So how we educate people and how we look at mitigation measures and how we build flexibility into these programs is going to be really, really important. And we want to hear from everybody on all of those factors.
Perfect. I'm glad I had 1 minute left for you, Commissioner Howe. And that does bring us to 3:30. So I think we could close on time.
Yes, that brings us to the end. So thank you very much from CPUC, from Energy Division. We really appreciate the time that you took to spend with us today and the comments and feedback that you provided. And we will be saving the questions and answers section, saving the chat, and recording all of this. The recording of this workshop will be posted to the California PUC YouTube channel in the near future. And we look forward to your comments. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.